Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Ah, okay.
Hello and welcome. I'm your host,
Hello, everybody.
Josh, along with Aaron again on the Phenomenormal podcast.
Happy to be here. Everything coming through good on the sound?
Yeah, as far as I'm tracking, everything's coming through good on sound. I know our audio is a lot better on the last podcast.
Nice.
I am still in the process of editing it on YouTube to put in scenes for that, so that way if you guys want to skip to a certain segment, you can do that. Again, this one's going to have the same thing, although it's going to take a little bit of time for me to do that as I am working a full-time job and overtime at the moment.
Yeah.
Today's topic is going to be on the pyramids. Not just the pyramids, but as you can see from the status for this video as well, we're also going to be talking about ancient civilizations.
Yeah, because that's an important thing to talk about, especially considering a lot of it kind of relates to pyramids in a way as well. So it's a very good topic to be like as a side branch once we're done with the initial topic.
Exactly. So the main topic here is going to be on the pyramids itself, but as we all know, there are pyramids all around the world. So it would be kind of disingenuous to not talk about the ancient civilizations that built these pyramids as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's it. I mean, it's strange because you got places like Egypt that have their pyramids, and then you got places like Mexico with their own version of a pyramid, and considering, I don't know how far away these civilizations were from each other, but why did they both come to the same conclusion to build such massive structures, towering up into the sky?
And why the pyramid shape? You know, why that specific shape? I mean, so there's different types of pyramids as well.
Yeah.
You know, there's there's the ones with the base of like a square on the bottom. It has like a square type base, like almost like as if a cube started out, and they have 4 different sides, and then there's the 3-sided, where it's an actual triangle.
Right. And, that's quite interesting of itself. Like, why these specific design choices?
Right.
Is it because they were the easiest to build, or...
Well, I don't think they were easy to build at all. I mean, they had to use, labor to get these things built, like hard labor.
I'm talking in the sense of, like, instead of trying to make a more complex design, choosing that. Obviously, it's still extremely difficult for them. But I just mean in the sense of, like, the amount of planning and calculation that had to go into making the pyramids with all their hidden like chambers and burial rooms and all these kinds of things. And then with the Aztecs, they kind of have like a receding square type thing that goes up and up and up and starts to get smaller as it goes higher up. Like, shape wise, it would seem like a simple concept, but obviously we know it's obviously not a simple concept.
Right, right. I think, overall, like these things, like you said, they're not easy to build. So, you know, so these things, they start back, in the BC, way in the BC era,
Oh
almost
yeah.
towards not necessarily the dawn of civilization for us, but
Hmm.
you know, around there, is when they started coming about. And
Yeah.
from what I've seen and read on these things, they were used for burial sites, but there's also other aspects that these pyramids could have been used for. Um, there's the
Almost definitely.
theories that these things were the alien crafts that came down first, and that's how they got planted here essentially, because they're saying that through today there's no way through our technology today that we could build these pyramids. I wholeheartedly disagree. I mean, you're telling me
Yeah.
that we don't have the construction equipment to build these things? Yeah, no, I'm not buying that one. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're telling me that these people, pulled these stones up with ropes, and but we can't do that today. Why not? There's more of us. You know.
Right.
Um,
And
I mean, and that's not even the case, because I mean we've built you know bigger and bigger pyramids and made them out of glass, and like even to this day, I mean we do it as a kind of homage to the actual pyramids, but
yeah.
we've built our own even in the modern day. It's just out of different material. But we have
Right.
machines that could lift these giant stones with ease, and get it, and
Yeah.
we can get these stones up there, no problem. Now build them
Yeah.
to the scale that with the material and the scale that they built them with. I think it'd be a challenge. Definitely take some engineering work, but we could do it.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that's interesting as well is we've kind of supposedly, like in a more recent-ish discovery, we discovered that these ancient Egyptian pyramids have the ability to produce power.
Yes,
So,
yes.
according to Dunn, the Great Pyramid of Giza was actually a machine that used to use hydrogen to produce electricity. Now, think about that for a moment, because that's wild. Considering, Nikola Tesla and all those inventions, when we've had lights and all these kinds of things, we don't see any ancient lights that used electricity in Egypt from around that time period. We don't have things like. So, what was this electrical energy supposedly used for, even? Could it
Right.
have actually produced electric energy, and
And
why?
Nikola Tesla also had a very keen interest in these pyramids. He's visited these sites multiple times. I believe the Egyptian
Yeah.
pyramids. And it's what gave him the idea for the whole AC electrical current system.
Yeah, with the Tesla towers and supposedly, wireless electricity, something that he was supposedly planning to give us limitless energy,
I
supposedly.
mean, they ain't supplying their
And
iPhones back in the day.
yeah, I mean, and as theory and legend has it, that apparently all of Tesla's research basically was lost in a fire. So he could never give us this free energy that would have been, massively beneficial to the planet.
Right. So I mean,
But
AC
if
current,
you,
where it is wireless, I do know it doesn't. I believe it doesn't put out as much output as
yeah,
DC current does. However, it is a cleaner source from what I was reading on it.
Yeah. I mean, still, the fact that the Egyptians somehow were able to create this and make this, and we have no answers to why. Why would they need electricity? What are they powering? I mean, in certain hieroglyphs, supposedly there are crafts in some of these ancient hieroglyphs in Egypt, as well as supposedly gods who were alien beings, who many theorize to have helped them build the pyramids and had an impact on
Right.
ancient civilizations.
I mean, and
So,
this
did they
is
get that?
slightly off topic, but the Romans even, they're not really known for building their pyramids, but they are known for building their aqueducts, and they built
Right.
water wheels throughout them, mainly for granaries. But I mean, those could generate theoretically electricity.
Oh yeah, most definitely. If built in the right way.
I mean, all
I
you need
find
is
it.
something to conduct it and gather the electricity in it, and the wheel is just perpetual motion with the water.
That's it. I
So,
mean,
and I mean that's the idea behind an alternator in our vehicle essentially.
yeah,
It gets the spark of power from the battery, and then from there it's just perpetual motion to generate the electricity,
right.
and that's why an alternator runs a vehicle essentially with the electricity.
Yeah. And considering these, pyramids were also used as burial sites and things, and supposedly you took your riches with you and all this kind of stuff. Like, why would electricity be involved with the loss of life? Like, why would they have the two?
Do you think perhaps they're trying to bring the dead back? Maybe some sort of
Maybe.
theory
I
like that.
mean, you think of the story of Frankenstein. Maybe they believe that potentially electricity could, because we know if you took some electricity and applied it to a corpse, current is going to go through the body, possibly a twitch or some kind of reaction will happen because the energy is running through the body. Maybe they believed that that was in a way to, I don't know, contact them. They theorized it could raise them from the dead, maybe if enough was gathered and used. We don't know.
Hmm. I do know that, supposedly the ancient Egyptians, they believed that once you die, you take all your possessions with you into the afterlife, and that's why they used to bury their possessions down there. And they would even
Right.
bury live humans down there with them as well.
Mm,
their slaves or anyone who served them or wanted to guard them or what have you. You know, they would survive. They would
yeah.
live down there with them.
I mean, funnily enough, there's the whole, theory that, slaves were treated badly, but no, some of these slaves were treated very well.
Oh
That's
yeah.
actually incorrect. They were treated very well.
Oh
They
yeah, if
were,
you were a slave that worked like directly for the pharaoh, I mean, yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
You would
some
have
of them were
some of the best
even
treatment
buried with
possible.
riches. Yeah, they were buried with riches and things like that, which, you wouldn't think of a slave considering what a slave is supposed to be.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
when
I
most
mean,
people think of a slave, they think of somebody who's just being ordered around and treated like crap because they just have to serve. But they were
right.
taken care of.
Right. Exactly. The slaves that would be building the pyramids, I mean, even still, like, yes, they had like communal housing and things like that where they stayed in. Yes, they were whipped and beat to work faster and harder. But
Yeah.
I mean, no, they got fed, they got clothed, they got a place to stay. They did take care of. I mean, look, at the end of the day, a slave is still a human being, and you got to take care of it, even if you consider them property. And
Right.
that's how the pharaohs saw the slaves out there. I have to
Yeah.
take care of my property. Um,
Because humans are a
I'm
vital
not
resource.
I'm not saying it's a correct thing to do. I'm just saying like that's
No.
how their mindset was back then.
Right.
Um,
And yeah, it's these pyramids, obviously, many of them had erosions and certain parts of them worn away. But at the same time, the fact that they've stood the test of time and survived this long and they are still standing,
Right.
obviously has some kind of, brilliance to it, in my mind.
Right. Just want to take a quick moment. I see that we do have some users in the chat. If you are here, go ahead and start leaving some comments if you guys would like to listen in and give in your two cents into this information. What do you think about this topic as well? We read all the comments. We answer any questions to the best of our abilities. So
Yeah,
we like to engage with our community. So if you guys are here and want to talk with us, feel free to post up in the chat.
exactly.
Discord's still being worked on, by the way. I did not forget about it.
Yeah. Be glad to have some more input and, different sides of things and what people think. Even if you're not too sure, but you think it's a theory and you want to put it out there, just feel free to reach out and just be like, "Hey, yeah, I think this," and we'll listen. We'll talk.
I know.
Don't feel.
Karen B and we've had Zero in the chat before, so and
Yeah,
we engage with everyone. So, but
that's it.
as far as these pyramids, yeah, I definitely believe that there's more to it than just a burial site. Um,
Yeah.
right here, I'm on BigThink.com. In 1905,
Right.
Tesla filed a patent in the United States titled "The Art of Transmitting Electricity Energy Throughout the Natural Medium." He's outlined designs a series of generators such around the world to tap into ions, ionosphere for energy collections. Um, his triangle-shaped design came known as the Tesla electromagnetic pyramid. So he designed it after a pyramid as well.
Right. He took the same design, didn't try and change it. Saw what the pyramids were, looked at the design, and thought, "I'm gonna use that." No need to improve it or try and make it different or change the shape. This shape works. Why did he come to that conclusion?
Right. And
I mean, if it's
another
not
thing
broke,
that's
don't
not
fix it.
really
Fair enough. But
talked about too is like these are not just pyramids, it's a whole prism, like when you think
yeah,
of like a tesseract, right? That's a cube, right? Well, I mean, this is just
right.
a triangular shaped version of it essentially, because there are layers within these pyramids. um
Oh yeah,
when you look at, like, say, I don't know, a modern day motherboard for a computer, right?
yeah,
You got all these different lines that run to different parts of that motherboard, right? These are
yeah.
like electrical veins, right? So this is
And they have those in the pyramids.
right, and exactly. So they have these like narrow passageways that all lead to certain points within inside the pyramid. All these
Yeah,
passageways, right? And just like on the motherboard, once you plug in the power supply to the motherboard, there's electrical current running through every one of those electric veins, right? To the RAM, to the
right.
CPU, to the graphics card, everything.
Yeah,
And the pyramids are very similar to that in the way that, you know, supposedly where it generates this the hydrogen energy there, all these narrow passageways come out from there and connect to different parts of the chamber or different chambers,
right.
So, you know, I definitely think that these are some sort of power source based off of that. Thinking about it, that there's like a some sort of battery or power supply unit that's inside these pyramids, and it's powering different parts of the rooms in there.
Yeah, and then the placements of these pyramids,
Right. Yeah.
the different sizes of them. Like let's say they made a so to speak, a computer chip essentially, with a pyramid. Why do they have different size pyramids? Could it be that some were able to produce more power? Were they trying to improve on the design? Like what? Like why is it there's so many different shapes? And one pyramid, I believe, is kind of like instead of it being like straight up like they're supposed to be, it's kind of tilted off in like a weird angle. If you type in the bent pyramid, for example, it's called the bent pyramid, as most people call it, as it's easy to remember. But it's sort of like oddly shaped. It's not as perfect as the other, as are in their triangular shapes.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. That is very odd.
That's it. I mean, and on top of that, some of these corridors were like hundreds of feet long inside of these pyramids as well. Like, why do they need such a long corridor? Is that for the current to have an easier place to transfer through without having to change its direction or something along those lines?
I'm not sure. I mean, here I got a yeah, a little image right here of the pyramids here up on the screen. Try and zoom in for you guys. So I mean, like you were talking about, like the like how they were built and like the style. I mean, look at them; they're like perfectly in line with each other. And then you get the Sphinx over here. That's kind of like the entranceway to the middle one here.
Yeah, right.
So it's very interesting, in how and it's like smallest to largest going from left to right.
Yeah, and then when you think about how a computer chip looks in a CPU, and you have all these little blocks and things that are near each other with lines possibly leading to the other one,
Right.
it kind of makes sense.
And they all face direct north as well, from what I was told. They all face directly north, but look how like perfect each of them are on there. Like
Right,
all of them very perfectly aligned. Like if you were to push this one back, push this one up, they're all in line with each other.
right, which is very interesting.
All right. What I noticed though is that diagonally across though they're not in line at all. These two seem to be pretty much in line.
Yeah,
The two big ones here, but the smaller one's not. You have to go back a little
right.
bit further. But it's very interesting
Oh, definitely.
that that they're just like perfect the way that they were built.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the amount of degree of planning, the intelligence you must have had to be able to come up with such of a design, to be able to create this thing. And we consider ourselves, technologically advanced today, right? We are very smart in terms of what we can accomplish. I mean, hell, we got all the AI and all that. We're not going to get into it, but you know, we're creating things of crazy things, and these people are supposed to be primitive, so to speak, still. But yet they're able to create things like this.
Right.
Like, it's just completely. How? How did they come up with this?
But then you got, the pyramids that are over here in the Americas, right? Mainly in
Right.
South America and Central America, even Mexico, right?
Yeah.
But then you got pyramids that are like this up here on the screen. I know it's a little bit blurry, but yeah. So they're not like as pointed, for the pyramids. Um, they're more rounded almost at the top.
Right. Yeah.
So that's
Let me
quite
help you
interesting.
out there for a moment. Click on this link, and it'll be up near the top. It's more of a clear picture. Um, if you need it.
Yeah, Pyramid of the Suns here.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and bring up the display. So here you go. Um, yeah, so right here, you can definitely see. So like even the little ones right here, they got these like little right here, these little statues, right?
Yeah.
Or not statues, little pyramids, right? Is what like
Yeah.
steps. So you got the giant one in the background, but like the difference is between these ones and like say like the pyramids of Egypt, um, more modern one right there.
Yeah.
But the pyramids in like Egypt, they're almost like symmetrical with all the others. They're like all in line.
Right.
The ones in the Americas are just kind of sporadic almost.
Yeah.
So I found that very interesting for these ads.
Oh yeah, definitely. I
Okay.
mean, it's interesting because that one's more in line
Went to
with,
my Discord
you
there.
know, that one's more in line with the pyramid shape as well. You know,
Right.
um, the Egyptians have, and I find that very interesting because while it's not the same, it's similar. And if these places were so far away from each other, why do they have sort of similar design, kind of?
Right.
I mean, many people believe, aliens assisted a lot of these places with, their technology and how to, function and be better people or whatever with certain religions. But could it be that the reason why the Egyptian pyramids were a power source could have been for that reason? For them to recharge their craft or a place for them to land?
All right.
Um, I just find it just so strange how so far away, but yet a similar kind of concept happened between people that are completely unrelated.
Right. Um. So I'm gonna attempt to get this. I'm gonna attempt to get this up here. Just want to get rid of my window here. I got it.
Right.
So okay, I'm gonna bring this site up here, and just we're gonna kind of go through this website here. So this
Right.
is, if you guys are wondering, you can pause the video, take a screenshot of this, whatever you need to do, in the future here. But storymaps.arcgis.com.
Right.
So right here, this site here has some of the most famous pyramids around the world, right?
Right.
So we'll go ahead and zoom in on these here. So as you can see, we have like Egypt, right? We'll start here because these are the most famous, right? So this right here is the Pyramid of
Yeah.
Giza, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
and it also goes into depth about the pyramids as well. So I'm not going to read through
Yeah.
all this, obviously, but if you want to pause the video, you can pause them at any point here and just read it. But see, like you can zoom all the way down into here, move the map
Yeah.
around, and you can see all this stuff here. So you see these pyramids. These are the three that we were looking at before, and there's the Sphinx, right?
Yeah.
So I do know there used to be like a gold cap or cone or something up there at the tip on the Pyramid of
Yeah.
Giza. I believe who was it? Was it the
And
British? Pretty sure it was the British. I don't know. Someone came in and they took it.
I mean, on top of that, gold is very conductive, if I
Right,
remember correctly.
right. And these aren't the only pyramids in Egypt either. Like we have more over here.
Yeah.
So yeah, here we go. Here's the other one here. Is this one Step Pyramid of Djoser? Djoser? I'm not sure if that's how to pronounce that there.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah.
then this one though, interestingly, is more in line with the Mexicans.
Right, right, yeah, exactly. It's a little bit more like a step pyramid there,
Yeah.
which that's why it's called that. But yeah, I mean, so Egypt's got pyramids like all along this area. I mean, they're it's not just these little groupings of them. We got one right up
Yeah.
here in or towards Greece, not Athens. Smaller pyramid, pyramid of. I am terrible at names, and I'm probably gonna butcher this, but Helicon, Helenicon,
Hellenican.
Helenicon, something like
Yeah.
that.
Hellenican, Hellenicon, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's real tiny. It's real small. Like you can't even see it on the map there. It's so blurry.
Right. I mean, and we don't really ever hear about the Greek pyramids. I mean, they are definitely made out of a completely different material, just like the Aztecs pyramids are different from the Egyptians'
Right.
pyramids. But why are so many cultures trying to build
We have another
these
one right here.
pyramids then?
Goimar? Pyramid of Goimar? That's definitely not it right there. That's a building.
Right.
But I guess it's over in this area somewhere.
Yeah.
Right there, maybe. I do know there's other ones now, I guess, being discovered up here in where is it, Bosnia and Herzegovina. I was hearing another podcast I was listening to a couple days ago. They were talking about it and how I guess it's one of the largest expeditions ever for pyramids in history.
Right.
So I guess they use this as like they have like bathhouses and stuff like that in there.
Yeah.
And it's like rejuvenating for the water stuff.
The thing
Monk's Mound.
The thing I want to bring up real quick though is there are many pyramids that supposedly existed that we've lost. We can't find them anymore. Right. So goodness knows how many more there could have been around the planet.
Okay, so we got them right here in Central America. Well, it's still Mexico, but yes, towards Central America. We got another one here in Mexico. Just out in the middle of nowhere, too. Look at this.
Right.
There's nothing around for miles. Can't zoom in that far, I guess. Yeah, it's literally in the jungles.
Right.
Like, there's just nothing out there.
I mean, you could chalk it out to, tribes living out there in the jungles and stuff like that. But why are so many different places are all these pyramids being built then? Like, why would they make such an effort?
That's what I'm saying. What is the purpose of all this?
Imagine how far they would have had to trek through jungle. I mean, where would they have even gotten that amount of stone?
These ones out here in Peru.
Yeah. Where would they have even gotten that amount of stone in the middle of the jungle?
Corpal.
They would have to travel vast distances with a lot of stone if they got it from elsewhere. Yeah.
I mean, it's just very interesting.
It really is. Incredibly interesting.
But yeah, so these pyramids here, they're just, all over the world. Just everywhere. They got them in South America, Central America, even in North America to a degree. Africa, Europe. There's even some in Asia. Interesting enough, it's just.
I mean, considering
it's got to be a massive part of human history, and it's just something that we don't know and we're missing.
Yeah, why is there no information on them? Like you'd think there'd be
there's information out there on them, but it's like, there's no information essentially on what the connection between them all is. There's just theories.
Right. But I mean, like, why is there no, writing about them from, like, ancient hieroglyphics or things like that? Why haven't we got any samples or possible old scrolls that contain information about them? Like, I just find that very bizarre.
I mean, yeah, all we got is the cave. I can't even pronounce the word.
Cave paintings?
Yeah, well, the paintings in there, yeah. The drawings, paintings, and the yeah, you know what I'm saying. I can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
We got that, but, like, people have said they translated it, but, I mean, there's no real way to know what any of it means.
Right. And do you not find it interesting that modern-day Egypt, a place that's quite famous for the pyramids, doesn't actually know
anything about
vast parts. Yeah. How is that knowledge lost?
No, Egypt's
we're all descendants.
Egypt's just turned them into a tourist trap at this point.
Yeah.
I'll come visit Egypt, see the pyramids.
If they're supposedly descendants and their ancestors lived there, How has none of the stories been passed down about these things, these pyramids and what they were used for? How has all that
Yeah,
information just
I mean,
gone?
growing up, all you know about the pyramids is they were built for the pharaohs to be put in when they died, and that's why they were built. And it's like, okay, well,
Right.
why?
Yeah.
Why? You know.
Exactly. It's a strange phenomenon that we just won't know about until, either we figure it out or manage to find some, I don't know, underground, old building that possibly has these records maybe still intact. Like, it's just incredibly bizarre and fascinating at the same time.
So for just out of curiosity, for your opinion, like why do you think they were built? Like not just off the research, just like your personal opinion as to why you think they were built.
I think they were built with a purpose in mind. I feel like with all the connections with the hieroglyphics, supposedly relating to aliens and all these gods that supposedly existed, I'm gonna go with. I think they had something to do with the aliens and possibly had something to do with their ships, maybe a way to recharge their craft. Maybe they were told to build it. I mean, the fact that all these gods were worshipped and on a wide scale, this wasn't something that a few people in little groups started to worship. I mean, this was like countrywide, so to speak.
Hmm.
And then you had the Greeks and other places who had their own gods, and they like were worshipped by a whole entire nation as well. There has to be something behind that. To have that much influence to the point they are worshipped on that massive of a scale,
Right.
and considering they share a humanoid appearance as well, these gods, I find that strange. Like, fair enough, they had bird heads or dog heads and whatnot, but human looking bodies. Why? Like, I just find that incredibly fascinating, and I think that may be part of the secret into why the pyramids were built and why power was needed for them. Because they weren't creating lights with them. There's no ancient
I
lighting
I do
system.
find that very odd that like all these pyramids they all have similar um you know uh hieroglyphs. They're all very
Hieroglyph.
similar. Yeah. They all
Yeah,
have, like you say, like bird's heads or cat or lion or something like that, right? Um,
yeah,
some differences are like at the Mayans, they have instead of like lions or tigers or something for some of them, they have panthers. You know, it's something
yeah.
more native to their area. You
Mm.
um, which is still very fascinating though that they all have along the same lines though of like even in appearance.
Yeah, it's so bizarre to me. And for it to have that much hold over an entire generation to the point where they will worship them, and it wasn't like they were all worshipping the exact same god. Many different Egyptians worshipped a specific god more so than others,
Right.
but they still worshipped them. I mean, they were, supposedly buildings dedicated to them everywhere, to all these different gods in different places, different temples built for different, worships of different deities, and played a massive part in their daily lives.
Right, right. Yeah, it's very interesting to say the
Yeah.
least.
I mean, also, why is it that some gods have sacrificial rituals in their name? Like, why is that a thing? Could it be that that was something that was ordered by them by, say, these gods or aliens or something that helped them build the pyramids? We'll never know. But I really do feel like aliens had played a part in the reason why the pyramids exist. And these gods were potentially aliens that were governing or commanding, using us as a workforce, so to speak, um, for their own benefit.
I mean, you got stuff that's like, similar to this right here. Put this up on the screen here. So I mean, like you look at these things, right? This is in
Yeah,
Mexico, right, for the pyramids stuff right here, and you got the Egyptian ones, right? And there's
yeah,
similarities to it, I mean, both the central figures here, they're facing opposite directions, right? But then you got the two on the side, right? That
yeah,
are like, there's like an archway over it, you got two on the
yeah,
side. They're both facing inwards towards him, towards the man in the center, right?
yep.
Both got their arms up, right, in both sides of them. It's
Oh,
just
yeah,
there's a lot of similarities between them.
right. And I find it fascinating that one of them is holding jugs and pouring something of some kind,
Right,
whereas the other two have daggers,
right,
which seem to be pointed at the human in the center, almost as if maybe they were the pharaohs themselves, potentially, or humans themselves, depicted in that way to say, like, if you don't obey them, this is what's going to happen to you.
right. Yeah, and there's that theory there of where we were slaves to these beings.
Right. But I also find it strange that they're not here now with us still being slaves to these
Right,
beings.
and
Or
then
are
we
we
got these
still?
right here. So again, Mexico and Egypt, right? And look how
Mm,
similar some of these things are.
right.
Looking at the similarities here. Zoom in a little bit. It's just okay. So you got like the eyes and stuff. So a lot of these are very similar, right? You get these like people and these ones in Mexico here, right?
Yeah.
But look at their mouths too. Like you got like these like almost like omega type looking symbols.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not seeing them anywhere on here, but I mean, there's just a comparison between the two of them. But you got the wings here. We got birds.
Yeah.
It's very fascinating though. I do remember, or do like looking at these though. There are some similarities though between them all.
Right.
Yeah,
Um.
it's hard to see on some of these pictures too.
Yeah. It's it's just baffling. Like, why?
These right
What's
here
the
are pretty
significance
similar.
behind carving everything? Why did the carvings need to happen? Why were they done?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just to tell the story. I think that's why they did it.
Essentially. Well, the question is, where are they now?
The carvings and pictures, or
No, these beings that supposedly existed. Why are they not here any longer?
I mean, that's the question. Then I mean, I think that's something that we all want to know.
Exactly.
And
Uh,
originally they said that these beings were just us dressed up as the gods.
yeah.
That was the original story behind it. But now, things have been supposedly getting disproven.
That's
So
it. We disprove one thing apparently, and the next minute, oh no, that's wrong. That's getting disproved too. It's like constant constant shifts and changes in what we once believed, and it's like, oh, well, we found this now, so this must be true. And then somebody else covers something, is like, oh, well, that's not true because this says this, and it's it's almost like it's meant to be steeped in mystery to a point where we're not supposed to try and figure it out.
yeah, I
Things are
mean,
being intentionally hidden.
I definitely believe that at least the governments, they're definitely hiding stuff from us. And
Oh
then
yeah,
and then there's the whole curses behind these pyramids too. Do not enter them.
ancient curses.
Ancient curses.
Yeah,
Yeah, and a lot of I think a lot of that's probably wrapped around some superstition. These are, at least we were told, in the modern sense, that these
yeah,
are, holy sites. They're burial sites. You're not supposed to enter. So maybe the locals may be were superstitious of it, and said, "Hey, we're not supposed to enter there." Um,
yeah,
that's the king, the pharaoh, whoever that lives in there.
yeah. I mean, we know there
Like
was a
that.
lot of issues in ancient Egypt with a lot of grave robbers as well, attempting to rob these places, and plenty of booby traps set up
Right, and
in.
I believe that's where a lot of the superstition came about too, was to
Yeah,
prevent these grave robbers from coming in. Um,
yeah,
and then it kind of helped like promote that story too, when a lot of these archaeologists would go in there and then they would die, a year or two later, from some sort of
yeah.
disease or what have you. So I think it kind of helped them with that story of it's cursed, don't go in there.
Oh yeah,
Which again, there may have been booby traps in there, where they, had something in there that could cause death. But I think for the most part, these pyramids are mostly safe. There's no curse. I mean, we've gone in there and excavated them and pillaged them since then.
right.
If you want to see some remains from the pyramids, I know you can go to like different museums. The British Museum has a ton of it.
Yeah,
Um,
'cause we went
which
we went there in London.
Yeah, I know Egypt wants it back, and England's pretty much saying, "Come and take it."
Yeah,
um, but I mean, yeah,
and it
I remember when I went there with you a couple of years ago, just seeing all the different stuff in the pyramids. They had recreations of how it was before they took all of it, um,
right.
and you could actually see everything in there. They had I don't know, was it King Tut that they had? I believe it was.
I think
No, it was a
so.
mummy, but I believe it was King Tut's mummy.
Right.
I can't remember off the top of my head. Um,
I can't either.
I do know it was one of the pharaohs though at one point. Um,
Yeah.
but they had his body as a male up on display and there as well, and they had like different buttons you could press. It would light up certain sections of the mummy, and it would give you information on it.
Yeah.
So I mean that's pretty interesting as well. If you find yourself in England, go visit the British Museum. They have
Yeah.
so much stuff in there. So much stuff. They
Oh
have
yeah. So much.
Roman, Greek, Egypt, Israel, stuff from North America, like Inuit tribe stuff.
Yeah.
They just stuff from all over the world. It's kind of sad to say that the British have all that, but and that the original countries don't. But at the same time, it's a vast historical modern monument. I mean, if you want information on stuff, go there, and it's just a wealth of knowledge in that place.
Yeah. I mean, it's if there was some kind of ancient curse around these sites, they wouldn't just have something like the mummy who supposedly, curses anybody who, disturbs the rest in the middle of a public area. Millions of people are passing every single day are going to be subject to this curse.
Right.
Um, I believe that a lot of stuff was made up for the sake of fear mongering to deter thieves and other criminals from desecrating these sites and taking relics and
Right. I
stealing from the
I
dead
just want to
because
say we
they
got
revert their dead.
we got about 1 minute till our first break here.
Yeah,
So we can continue with your thought on that after the break here. I
yeah,
just wanted to kind of say, for everybody that's watching right now, I'm kind of confused by it, but I mean, it does say we have two people viewing. We have a couple people that are in the chat room right now. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow us. Subscribe on YouTube. Like the videos, dislike the videos. Like I said before, it does not matter to me. If you leave dislike, all I ask
yeah,
that you leave a comment on what to improve on, because again, this is a new community where we are just evolving and trying to do better. Um,
Yeah,
Again, I am a very small time streamer. I'm still learning all the stuff right now and trying to
yeah,
make the best content that I could possibly make for the viewers here. Um,
yeah.
so I will leave you guys with that. Please follow us. Please subscribe to us, as it does help us out. It helps us grow. And the more you share the video, the further we'll reach the ears of others. I do
Right.
want to expand this podcast into other platforms as well.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I'm not used to doing podcasts, and sometimes I do go on a bit of a tangent because I'm on the topic and my brain runs away with it. But having criticism from you is not a bad thing. All that is something for us to improve on and work on and listen to. So
All
feel
right.
free. Be honest with us. Why don't you like it if you don't like it? Because all we could do from there is take your suggestion and your information and just go, right, I'm going to improve on that.
All right. Well, we'll take our first break here, and we'll be back at the top of the hour.
Yep, sounds like a plan.
All right, so we are back. I don't know if Aaron's back yet. If when he does, he will continue on with his topic.
Yeah, I'm back.
All right. Yeah, if you wanted to continue what you were saying before the break there. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I was getting chased around by my dog.
I don't quite remember what I was actually mentioning off the top of my head. Unfortunately, that thought has slipped my memory. But one thing I will ask, though, you asked me what do I believe the pyramids were built for, but I
Yes.
never asked you what you believe.
I believe. Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, part of me does believe that yes, they're just burial sites. Um, the other part, though, is that I believe these may be also ways to like chart the stars in a way.
I
They
mean,
because the way that they're built, they kind of align with like the stars and stuff. Especially in Egypt, they all point towards I believe the northern star,
yeah,
which is as north as you can get supposedly for us.
right.
So
I mean, we do know that a lot of ancient civilizations were interested in other planets and astrology, things of that nature. Like the ancient Greeks, for example, they were very big into it. Many Greek philosophers studied those kinds of things. You had the star signs of Sagittarius, Pisces, and all that. It's very interesting because a lot of planets were also worshipped as gods. A lot of gods were also called things like Venus, things like that. I mean, we all know today we got Venus in the sky, we got Saturn. Saturn was believed to be a god, which I find very interesting. They looked at these other planetary bodies and decided those were gods. So it could be potentially that that's what these pyramids are doing is mapping out certain constellations or stars in the sky, or maybe even planets for all we know. Um, it could be. And that's simply what the purpose is for. But
interesting.
if that is the case, it still doesn't answer the question of why do we have power in the pyramids, though?
That's something that's very. It's not even like tapped energy or power.
Right,
It's just it's just we know there's energy in there.
right. But it has the ability to be a generator. Now, could it be that the Egyptians completely did that by mistake? Right, that
So
wasn't their intention, and it just happened to be a byproduct of how they built them. But I don't think so on that one.
right. I know that supposedly the ones out there in Bosnia they have power in them too, and I guess it's a lot more alive than what's in any other pyramid around the world. Um,
Right,
I could try and find something on that. I was trying to look for something before, but I wasn't able to find anything. But let me try
right.
again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to currently remember what I was talking about before we took the quick break. Uh, I will say this, as we were talking about the hieroglyphs earlier, and a lot of pharaohs being depicted in these hieroglyphs as well as these gods like Ra and all that. There was a pharaoh called I'm sorry if I butchered the name, Akhenaten, and he had a very strange appearance. Many believed, some alien theorists that he could have been extraterrestrial because in the hieroglyphs and statues, his appearance is very different from how other pharaohs were portrayed. He's shown having an elongated skull, a long neck, of white midsection and breasts.
hmm.
While these are kind of more similar to today's aliens with the greys that we imagine and with their elongated skulls and stuff like that. But many people think it could have also just been a genetic disorder, like Marfan syndrome, or could have even been female and been misgendered.
Yeah.
I mean,
Could very well be.
well, again, if people are overweight, whether you're female or not, you start to grow like, well, I guess breasts to a degree. You know, your chest it starts to look like you got man boobs. You know, so
Right.
it could just be that they were male. But I'm not getting into that kind of topic because that's not really got any place here right now. What we're mainly talking about is just the fact that there was a pharaoh who looked very different to all the others. Could it have been a genetic disorder? Could it have
Well,
been
that
alien
that's
DNA?
that's
Or
what
could
they've
it
been
just been?
saying. That's what they're saying is that it was just genetic disorder due
Hmm.
to like inbreeding and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we know a lot of royalties around the world did inbreed. I mean, even the royal family, in the UK had a lot of inbreeding going on in their past.
Hmm. I mean,
So it could have just been a result of that.
it could have been, or perhaps the pharaohs were the aliens too.
Maybe. I mean, that's also another possibility.
Right, like they're the hybrids that we talked about prior shows.
Yeah. So supposedly there's been crossbreeding genetic between humans and aliens. I mean, when we get into the ancient civilization side of things a lot more, I'll bring some stuff up about that because I do find it very interesting. I mean, if you do take that the Greeks, for example, supposedly the gods mated with mortals. I mean, Zeus was known for it, like I said in the previous thing, and his wife Hera was supposedly very angry and did lots of terrible things to these people that Zeus slept with. I mean, you got the story of Hercules, Medusa, and stuff like that. Like, you know, um, it's very interesting on you know, if they did breed with us, are they the reason we are the way we are today?
I
Um,
think it may be. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we have ghost DNA in our code that belongs to another species we can't identify. That's not the same as any other species we've been able to find on the planet, which is very interesting because, hell, even animals, we share so much DNA with animals, even bananas. I am not joking. We share DNA with bananas.
yeah,
Now
yeah.
that's bananas. A terrible pun. I'm sorry. I had to. But yeah, I mean, we have these different humanoid skeletons out there with different features. We've even got smaller skeletons like that of halflings, from Lord of the Rings and whatnot. Obviously, they're not, hobbits and all that. But, it is interesting that, could their DNA be affecting people today? And why we have people who we call it a growth disorder, but they are really small. I believe the politically correct term is little people. I don't want to offend anybody. I don't know what to say, but then you also have people that are giant. I mean, the tallest guy to have ever lived was 8'11". That's almost 9 feet tall. Now we consider 6 foot today to be impressive, or even 7 foot, but 9 foot? We found giant skeletons. Could that possibly be some giant DNA left over? Why are they not around today?
Yeah.
There's supposedly all these different humanoids that are now extinct. Could it be that we wiped them out? Did the breeding with these aliens, for example, or gods, so to speak, have an impact on our longevity and able to survive longer than the others? Were we ordered to wipe them out? There's so many different theories and things we can speculate on, but it is a fascinating subject to discuss.
Oh, absolutely. I just the fact like these things are built everywhere, just absolutely everywhere, man. Like I said, you got them in Asia, you got them in Europe, you have them in the Middle East and Egypt, even further south into Africa. You have them in South America, but the one place that beyond past Mexico and north, there's not as many. So North America seems to be the one exception. Now there's mounds that that are triangular shape in North America, but they're not stone built pyramids.
Yeah.
Which I just find very odd as well.
Right.
What's your take on it? What? I just thought there was supposedly people in North America at the time. So, why not there? I mean, because all these pyramids are also built around the same time, around 2000 and 3000 to 2000 BC.
Right.
I know it's a 1,000-year gap in there, but I mean, for ancient civilizations, that's not a very long time. So the fact that that there's not any pyramids essentially in North America beyond Mexico, I just find that very odd.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, hell, even the UK has pyramids.
Right.
I mean, they've got them in Scotland near the Balmoral Castle and all that kind of stuff. The fact that there aren't any in that location, could there be a significant reason around it?
Right, and I feel like that warrants some investigation in itself.
Yeah. I mean,
and there are places in the United States even still that haven't, I don't want to say haven't been discovered, but they haven't been visited. There's a lot of forest in the United States that people just have not stepped foot in.
Right.
So even in the deserts in the United States, there's just places out there that haven't been stepped foot on. I know we got satellite imagery now, but I mean, even still, a lot of it's blurred. It's very blurry.
I mean, supposedly the Americas weren't discovered till around 1492 by Christopher Columbus, so we're told. But the fact that all these civilizations have built these things, being so far apart, if we only discovered the Americas in 1492, how do you explain all these pyramids around all these different places?
Right.
From around the world with people that wouldn't have met, because I mean, hell, you got Mexico is you border with the United States, so why not in the United States?
Well, it's the Mayans and the Aztecs that supposedly built these pyramids over here,
right?
And that's where they was Peru to Mexico, modern day Mexico and modern day Peru, is where these tribes, stayed. But then you go, towards the East Coast, you got the Iroquois and all them,
Yeah.
And they didn't build any.
Right.
So, even the Comanches and all them, up in the North America regions, they didn't build none of these things.
Right.
They have different things, though, such as the burial mounds. That people have speculated, that's the North American pyramids. A lot of these aren't even triangular shapes; they're more oval.
Right.
Like they buried them underneath hills, or created hills, is what some speculate. And then you got the plateaus out in the west. Where they basically built cities in these mountains. Out of the mountains, I should say. So it's very interesting as to why there's no pyramids, though.
Yeah, like everywhere else. Oh, we have a few here, there. Let's
Yeah.
play. No.
I
Could
mean,
it be
it's
that
not
they?
like there's a shortage of there's no shortage of stone in the United States.
Oh yeah,
You know,
definitely not.
so to see that they never built any is kind of odd.
Right. I mean, maybe they weren't influenced like the rest of the world was.
Perhaps, but I mean, they were neighbors with the Aztecs. I mean, they had to have had some form of communication, I would assume.
Right. Yeah. So they had knowledge of them and never tried to build them, but the rest of the world did, despite us being so far
Right.
apart and all this kind of stuff. Maybe they were told not to. Maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe something to do with where America is situated
I know
is
some have also speculated that the United States, where the United States sits currently, North America is like the land of evil, the land of the devil.
yeah,
Print on God we trust, and have all this reliance from God supposedly here in the United States, but they call it the land of evil. But there's a lot that correspond with that. Maybe these aliens didn't come here, and these aliens were the gods.
yeah,
So then maybe that could be how some of these rumors and stories got started about that.
yeah. I mean, if we look at some of the more older maps, for example, like America was in the center. So, whereas modern day maps, it's a bit different, you know? But maybe that had a part to play in it. Maybe from their understanding, their knowledge, they considered the center place to be of some importance to where a pyramid was not needed or shouldn't be built there for a certain reason. Maybe it
Right.
influenced the flow of the other pyramids and what they were built for and the purpose they had, or we can't possibly know. It's just it's it just opens so many questions. It
Right.
really does as to why this place, of all places, no pyramids, but everywhere else we're seeing them springing up. We're finding them all the time. I mean, could it be that we just haven't discovered them yet? Could it be
Right.
that some of them are buried underground? I mean, you've got the Yellowstone
So
uh, volcano
I
possibly
mean,
could have buried some
we
of the
have
molten rock.
structures even. We've had the structure supposedly out in Antarctica as well. The pyramid, we
Yeah,
talked about that in our last podcast about with the oceans, but we kind of hinted towards that. But yeah, so I'm looking at the Jerusalem Post for this current topic on it, but it says according to the Daily
Hmm.
Mail, one theorist tweeted, "Wait, how they moved the pyramids from Egypt to Antarctica." This came out, I believe it was 2023 for this article. So very, very
Right.
recent, very, very recent. Yes,
Yeah.
July 31st, in fact. So yeah,
Yeah.
literally a couple months ago, this came out. Um, Satellite images recently uncovered a new pyramid-like structure in Antarctica,
In the
sending
yeah.
conspiracy theorists into a spiral.
Yeah.
So
So even Antarctica had one. The place where we can't really survive. I mean, we can with modern technology survive out there by
so
certain comforts we can provide ourselves. But how?
uncover under sheets of ice in an entirely icy continent. Social media users have gone into a frenzy trying to find an answer. So, I mean, this is like we thought and known that there was a structure there, but now there's satellite imagery showing yes, there is one.
Right.
And I had one satellite image. Let me see if I can't pull this thing up here. This is kind of cool. So it shows that it is it's 2 kilometers all the way around. Let me see if I can't
Right.
get this pulled up for us here. Yeah, it's not pulling up for me. That's all right. There we
Right.
go. Here we go. I got you. All right, it's gonna be coming up here in a second here.
Hmm.
All right, so this is off the History Channel's page. All right,
Great.
here it comes. So yeah, up on the screen here from History Channel, right? But yeah, look at this thing. It's 2 kilometers perfectly in a square at the base, all the way around.
I'm not seeing this reference. Oh, no, it's showing up. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
that's
a slight delay
yeah.
on the feed, but yeah,
Those measurements.
look at the measurements for that. 2 kilometers all the way around.
I mean, could it be that we're actually looking at a triangular shape,
Right.
but a square
Yeah, I
that
mean
just
it's
looks
the same
like
from Egypt. Egypt's are squares. So I mean, look at this.
yes,
And it's just buried under this.
right. So, considering how hard it is to survive out there, they don't have the technology we have
And,
today.
and I've tried looking this image up multiple times, and this is literally the clearest image that we have of it. This is
Right.
this is a satellite image. I believe this picture was taken from Google, and that's where the History Channel got it.
Right.
So no one's been out to it.
Yeah.
Nobody.
So, like I say, this place, harsh environment, cold. People of
Right.
the past wouldn't have really been able to survive out there without seriously warm clothing to even try and build that thing in the cold that saps your strength, can cause frostbite, all this kind of stuff. So, something was built there, but not in North America.
So this thing is supposedly it's like almost dead in the center. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this up as well on my screen here. So I literally just went on Google, typed in Antarctica pyramids, right?
Right.
Take a look at this, right? It's up on the screen now, or should be coming up for you guys here in a little bit. But yeah, look. Okay, so pyramids in Antarctica, right? The pyramid right here. I zoom out, right?
Yeah.
Right. So. Okay, so I just had a bunch of them on there here a second ago. Let me go ahead and try and pull this back up for you guys real quick.
Right.
I kind of messed with some of the settings on here, and now I'm paying the price. All right.
No, it's gone.
There we go. All right, let me go ahead and pull this back up again.
Right.
Apparently, I can't close out this tab on the side, guys. I'm sorry. Every time I do that, it takes away all these little markers here. So you got pyramids down here. So if I do this, look, you can see them right there.
Yeah.
It's about as zoomed as I can get it. Historical landmark,
Right.
it says. But look at these. Look how many pyramids are out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a whole bunch of them on that screen right there. The pyramids in
Yeah.
South Pole is what it says.
I mean, if that's a real image that we're seeing right now, that many pyramids. I mean, we do know
Here's the one,
the Nats.
the pyramid, the one that I was showing before.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here off the coast.
Yeah.
So it's right here off of, what is that, Ross Island? Yeah, Ross Island, Scott Base right there. It's literally
Right.
it's quite a ways inland. That doesn't look very far, but it is, trust me. That's very far
Oh,
inland.
yeah.
But here's the
To
South Pole right over
transfer-
here.
To transfer and gather the supplies out there, to be able to build these things, the amount of effort, work, and stuff it would have taken.
Look at all those.
Like, this looks like it's not that far, but that's miles.
So we got a bunch of pictures of people there. But yeah, like, look at this. That is gorgeous, though. Look at that.
Hmm.
There's a goat there.
Yeah. I
Get
mean,
the trolls on the internet, you know what I mean?
yeah, it's
That's
definitely
insane.
insane. Yeah, 100%.
That goat
Um,
image. That was great. Um,
yeah,
but
I
yeah,
just
it's just
it's
and these are all
mind-boggling.
scattered though too. Like,
Yeah, I mean, we know that Nazi Germany had a very big interest in the Antarctic and had sent many crafts over there.
well, we
Um,
spoke about that before too, where they were huge into the occult.
yeah,
So
I
they believe
mean,
that
could
they did believe these pyramids had something to do with that. I think.
maybe. I mean, goodness knows what's inside of these pyramids. Like, are we actually excavating them right now? Are we trying to? I mean, you think about it, many places around the world are investing millions into these areas, right?
Right.
And supposedly it's for penguins, which we've already discussed before. It's not for a bunch of penguins. There's something behind what they want to know. They have an
So
interest in something out there.
for
They
the
found
pyramid that's
something.
out there in Antarctica, right?
Yeah,
It says on the Jerusalem Post here. It says in a likely turn of events, one geologist uncovered that the structure is indeed a mountain. The Mirror reported that geologist Dr. Mitch Darcy, DRC,
right.
stated the discovery. He states the pyramid-shaped structures are located in the Ellsworth Mountains, which is a range more than 400 kilometers long. So it's no surprise there are rocky peaks cropping out above the ice. The peaks are clearly composed of rock, and it's a coincidence that this particular peak has that shape. And he goes on to say, it's not a complicated shape, so it's not a special coincidence either. By definition, it's a nunatak, which is simply a peak of rock sticking out above a glacier or an ice sheet. This one has
Okay.
the shape of a pyramid, but that doesn't make it human construction. Doesn't make
Right.
it a human construction, is what he says. So he's claiming that yes, it's just a natural made, mountain essentially in Antarctica. And that's an
I
expert on it,
mean,
on geology.
I mean, he may be right. He may not be.
Right.
But if that is the case, then that's interesting, and we are just looking at mountains, so to speak.
Right. Or you could take the
Last
word
year
of
could just
a. It doesn't give a name for it, but it says a social media user wrote, "This structure belongs to a civilization which existed before the flood. Around 10,000 years ago, Antarctica was warm." So they wrote that. Some users have blamed aliens or the Illuminati, and have even suggested a different world existing in Antarctica before it became frosty.
right. So we do have evidence to suggest the Great Flood happened. Supposedly, we've also found the fossilized remains of what was supposed to be the Ark. But the country that houses this giant structure, there's been DNA samples done to it.
Gotcha.
They won't allow us to dig it up.
Hmm.
They won't allow us to look. The government is saying no. Um, so could it be that this was around before the Great Flood? Possibly. I
Possibly.
mean, how big was the Great Flood? We don't
Yeah,
know.
we don't know exactly. I mean, and supposedly they say this great flood is what caused Atlantis to sink too, which we talked about in our
Right.
last episode.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, these structures here are just incredible, absolutely
Yeah.
incredible. Um, one
I
more
mean,
thing I want to talk about for the pyramids here, and then I think the next couple hours we'll go ahead and talk about some ancient civilizations. Um,
yeah,
but I wanted to go over like our planet isn't special to pyramids.
right.
Um,
With
they got the
supposedly
they call it the D&M pyramid, which is this comes right from the NASA website here that I'm reading from.
on Mars.
Yeah, on Mars. Yeah, Mars has a pyramid as well. Um,
Right.
yeah, it's known as
And
the D and M pyramid, also known as the I think it's pronounced Cydonia landform.
yeah.
It's one of 1,000 massive butts, mesas, knobs, and blocks that mark the transition from the northwestern Arabia Terra crater highlands down to the northeastern. I cannot pronounce these things. Good God, why does scientists gotta make such big words? The
Mm,
Sedalia, Plantania lowlands. That's what it says. Um, Whether shaped like a face, a pyramid, or simply a mesa, massive knob, is a remnant of the bedrock of the northeastern area up there. It says.
yeah. I mean,
Um,
many theories also speculate we came from Mars. There is a lot of theories surrounding that, but I did just send you something. This is apparently taken in 1942.
all right, I'll take a look at that here in a sec. I just want to put this up on the screen here.
Roger
Um,
that.
so this is Cydonia D&M pyramid landform. The image from NASA's Mars Global Surveyor highlights the Cydonia landform, popularly known as the D&M Pyramid of Mars. Um, it says much of it's covered by eroded mantling material. I'm not going to pretend to know
Right.
what any of that means.
No.
But yeah, I mean, you could definitely see it, the pyramid shape. Again, four corners to it, right across here,
Yeah.
down, down, and up. There's four sides to it. Now, this doesn't look like
Right.
it's man-made at all or made by anybody. This does look like just a normal mountain.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still interesting just to note. And I wanted to throw that in here that other plants even have these formations as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we have sunstorms here. Apparently, there are sunstorms that are much bigger on Mars, like massively bigger. So if it was supposedly once a man-made structure, that could have something to do with it. But I don't know. That looks to me more like a natural formation rather than an actual pyramid. But the shape is kind of uncanny that you can kind of draw a pyramid-like shape with it.
All right, I'm gonna put that photo that you just sent me up on the screen here.
Yeah.
Um,
So
so take this with what you want to believe or not believe. But
yeah,
here's a picture from supposedly from 1942 of an
yeah.
Antarctican pyramid.
Supposedly it's a rare photo
I,
as
I,
well.
I would take it with a grain of salt here. It does say it's from ifunny.co
Yeah.
down here at the bottom. So,
So
is it a meme? Is it real? I'll let the viewers decide on that and make your own opinions of it.
yeah, definitely. I mean, that's it. I mean, if that is a real photo taken from 1942, that is very interesting.
It's very clear
Uh,
quality for a picture from 1942 as well.
exactly, which is what makes it hard to believe, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that is one, but it is interesting in the appearance of it. And
Right.
if that is supposedly real and a rare photo from 1942, would that mean there are others that were possibly photographed and hidden?
Yeah.
Um, Something to think about. So I'll let you guys be the judge of that one. Um, but yeah, it's Fascinating to say the least.
Right. It's just I find it so interesting that like the quote unquote pyramid or mountain from Mars, you got them in Antarctica, all around the world, and people want to say that these aren't aliens that built them or taught us how to build them or made us build them or what have you.
Yeah,
I definitely think something a sort of outside source was teaching us how to do it.
yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, mountains are like the biggest things on the planet. They could be homages to mountains, for all
right.
we know. Um, but just a little bit more of a thing that could potentially add a little bit of credit to that being a actual pyramid. We have this photo. Now, I'm not trying to sway anybody here. Again, make up your own mind. But this is apparently a lost photo from Admiral Byrd's Antarctic expedition. And supposedly they discovered this. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. It could be doctored. Um, it looks a bit more rough. Well, that looks to me more like a. Not necessarily a photo. That looks more like somebody's painted that to a degree.
Where'd you say you got it from?
I found this on Google actually.
On Google.
But yeah,
Who is it supposed to be?
Admiral Byrd's Antarctic expedition.
Admiral
Let
Beards.
me. It's BYRD.
Bird?
Where's the word?
Might be
But
Admiral
yeah,
Bird Beard.
BYRD.
Yeah, Bird Beard, something like that. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, it almost
Hmm.
looks like a painting.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's
Again,
only one
yeah,
section of it that doesn't, which is looks like there's something on that guy's shoulder on the left. But besides that, I I feel like that's more of a painting or a drawing or
yeah.
depiction of it.
When was that expedition supposedly?
Ah, expedition. Admiral Byrd's expedition was apparently 1946, Operation High Jump. 1946, Secretary of Navy James Forrestal appointed Byrd as officer in charge of Antarctic Development Project. Byrd's fourth Antarctic expedition was codenamed Operation High Jump, and it was the largest Antarctic expedition to date and was expected to last 6 to 8 months.
Huh. Interesting.
So, that looks to me more like a painting. But there's just that one little bit on the left of the picture that just on that guy's shoulder looks like that can't be a painting. That's something was picked up on the camera there.
Right.
Like that looks like a bird, possibly, or
Also,
something.
it seems like it's very small, unless that's just the tip of it and the rest of it's buried.
Right.
But even small, that's even still, that's a very small like tip to the pyramid.
Yeah. That's it. So maybe it wasn't a large one if one was found, but yeah, I don't know. Um, like I said, like it looks to me like a painting, but it could just be, obviously the snow having a large impact on the camera. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm gonna put it back up on the screen again here. Um,
yeah, but it looks like he has some kind of bird on his shoulder. The guy on the left, like maybe uh cockatiel looking thing,
yeah,
parrot maybe. If you look at the
it's definitely
head of
some
it,
sort of like bird. It looks like, at least to me, it looks like a
um,
bird on the shoulder.
yeah, that's what I mean. Um,
Some sort of bird. I don't know what kind, but yeah.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, we could just be seeing snow, and that's what makes it look like paint. We could be.
Right.
Um, but I don't know. I'll let you guys be the judge.
It definitely
Do you
looks
think
like
this?
some of the stone even it looks a little eroded as well.
Yeah. Um,
But that stone is like almost perfectly cut though.
right. I mean, maybe this was just another mountain, but
Could be,
the
yeah.
the smoothness of it is quite interesting. It looks really smoothed out. I
I mean,
mean,
I'll let the viewers be the judge of that one. I mean, hey, check him
yeah,
out, Admiral Bird Beard, something like that, BYRD.
yeah,
Check out that and cross-reference it with the rest of the pyramids for Antarctica, and judge for yourselves. Don't
yeah.
take anything we say at face value. We're just two dudes talking about this stuff. You
And
know,
speculating and theorizing about
right?
it,
Everything on our show is
saying our thoughts.
speculation and theory. It's not fact. So, um,
Exactly.
I don't got no experts on my show or nothing.
No,
At least not
this is
yet.
just
Yeah.
no.
Uh,
Uh,
so we're just speculating, theorizing, and talking about it.
yeah.
What things could be.
But should we possibly moving over to ancient civilizations now? Do you think?
Yeah. So I mean, earliest civilization that we know of. You know, earliest civilization that we know of is I believe the Sumerians. I want to say it was.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ancient Sumerians. They wrote the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it was supposedly about alien beings called the Anunnaki, who had a involvement in creating humans.
Mesopotamia says earliest civilization area. Well, that's the region. But yeah, I believe the
Yeah,
Sumerians were in that region.
yeah. I mean,
So,
the according to the Sumerians, the Anunnaki were supposedly aliens who visited the Earth thousands of years ago and introduced alien DNA to ancient man, and that's believed to have been what kind of basically resulted in us, right? Apparently, according to them, we were created to be a slave species to farm gold due to its properties of being able to suck in poisons, which supposedly was affecting their atmosphere and looking to use it to terraform their planet. Now, if they wrote this in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and this is like one of the most ancient, to know that gold could do this and had an effect on, could help terraform and affect atmosphere. I'm interested to read the actual full-on transcription of that, because is this just what we've come to deduce from translating it and used our own terms, or is this something they've actually used as their terms? Because obviously the word terraform didn't exist at that time, but the fact that they talk about supposedly needing gold to help affect an atmosphere and suck in dangerous poisons and things from it, I do find that kind of interesting for such an ancient civilization to have such knowledge. What are your thoughts on that?
um, not 100% on it, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just these civilizations back then, compared to now.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, we got looking back. I'm trying to think here. My train of thoughts
Yeah.
all over the place. But
Quite
yeah,
a big one,
these
huh?
these these civilizations from back then to now, like they had many different types of beliefs compared to like what we have now. Multiple gods
Yeah.
compared to a singular god, which most religions follow nowadays.
Hmm.
Um, and to say that we were possibly like slaves of these gods, or just used as like a resource. It's very possible, but I think as time progressed, people stop not I wouldn't say stop believing in them, but just was like, you're not the ultimate power.
Yeah. And what's also interesting is it also the theory also exists in a lot of other cultures as well. And I find it weird that so many different cultures have this same kind of from around those times belief in otherworldly beings. Now it could just be them chalking up to trying to come up with a way to um, understand everything, like an understanding of the universe, so to speak. Like create a reason for why this exists to create an answer to the question. But like for example, like the Greeks, the god of thunder, Zeus is the reason why there's thunder. With it comes to the Norse mythology, Thor, the god of thunder, a reason to explain this phenomenal force of lightning racing through the sky.
Right.
Could it just be that this was their way of trying to create an answer for people to listen to?
I mean, perhaps,
Or
yeah. Or perhaps they were actually seeing something that, that, maybe that doesn't exist today.
right. I mean, you know, the Zulus have an ancient story about two brothers who were a scaly raced people. We all know many people believe in lizard people these days. Others are skeptical about it. They don't believe in them. And, we have no definitive answers, but supposedly they were called Uwani and Impaku. And supposedly they took an egg of a fire dragon, emptied the yolk till it was hollow inside, and rolled it across the sky to Earth. Now, this is very interesting for many reasons. Because many theorize that the moon wasn't always there where it is.
Hmm.
And many other ancient civilizations mention the moon not being there and always existing. According to Greeks, supposedly Arcanians were an ancient race here before the moon even existed. This was written about by Greeks, and the funny thing is, there were other humanoids on this planet, but oddly, we are the only ones left, as I've said before. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's very interesting as far as the fact that, like you said, people believe in these lizard people nowadays. So, you know, were they correct with this?
I mean, supposedly the lizard people live underground, under the earth.
Right.
Again, it leads to the Hollow Earth theory that supposedly the Nazis discovered a way into and were guided by
So,
extraterrestrial craft, supposedly.
my thing is, why aren't people looking at this more, though? I get it, conspiracy, but
Yeah, right?
so I feel like this needs to be looked into more. I feel like this needs to be something that is more brought to light, 100% more.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but I think we're gonna go ahead and go into our second break here, and then we'll go into civilizations. And I think we'll just go ahead and start with like the earliest ones. That
Well,
being of Egypt, Mesopotamia region, the Indus River Valley, and China as well.
yeah.
And just kind of go over some of their structures, their beliefs, their
There
societies.
is there is a little bit I want to continue on about this because there's something I want to bring up when we come back. So I'm going to remember it this time, what we're talking about, and I'm
Just
going to
jot
continue
it
on
down.
and explain more.
Jot it down.
Yeah, I've got it written down.
All right. All right. So yeah, let's go ahead and go to this next break here, and
Yeah,
we'll see you
sounds
guys
good.
again at the top of the hour.
Yeah. See you soon.
See ya. Change the screen back over here. Alright. Welcome back, everybody. Just waiting on Aaron to get back here. But yeah, we'll continue on with his topic here in just a second. Oh, here we go.
I'm here.
Alright. So what were you saying before the break?
Okay, so as I was saying before about, the Alkenians supposedly being an ancient human race, and the Zulus having stories about supposedly lizard people that moved the moon and all this kinds of stuff. Supposedly, the Arcanians, not the Arcanians, the Anunnaki were supposedly an alien race believed by the Sumerians that helped create us. Well, it's interesting to say that the moon supposedly wasn't there. According to Greeks, apparently the Arcanians were around pre-moon. In Bolivia, in the other side of the world, in Tiwanaku, apparently they have inscriptions of the moon coming to the Earth thousands of years ago. And if we're supposedly so separated, like we weren't traveling to other parts of the world at those times, and we hadn't discovered the Americas and traveled overseas and all that, how would they know about this? I mean, supposedly we didn't have civilizations sailing across the world into different civilizations till somewhat recent history. So, how is it that on the other side of the world, another civilization has basically inscriptions carved in about the moon coming to the Earth, and then the Zulus have an ancient story about two brothers that supposedly brought the egg of a fire dragon into the Yeltsin Zoll inside and rolled it across the sky to Earth, being the moon. And the Arcanians were apparently pre-moon according to the Greeks. So it's just weird how we have all these different coincidences between these civilizations. Could it be that the moon wasn't always there? I mean, how is it the moon is the perfect size to fully eclipse the planet? We're the only planet in the solar system that has a moon like this. To be the perfect size to be able to do such a thing.
That's interesting. That's something I would have to actually look into, because I'm not very keen with any of that topic, but I mean, that is interesting. Theory of not having a moon, then all of a sudden now we do.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is all theory and speculation, but you can't ignore the coincidences to the point where it's just like, that's completely baloney. Because, as we all know, when it comes to myths and legends, there's usually some form of degree of truth behind them.
Right.
Obviously, it gets muddled and embellished over the years. People telling stories, trying to impress people. It's like Chinese whispers. So you say one thing and then it ends up turning into something else because somebody gets a mixed message or tries to make the story better or put their own twist, take credit and all that kind of stuff. But there's just so many coincidences around the world that just cause so many questions. And because of that, it's like a layer, it's like an onion. Onions have layers. It's like layer after layer after layer of just things and lost knowledge and supposed theories that I don't think we'll ever find out the true reason behind it, unless alien races were to exist and come along and say, yes, we did that.
Right.
But yeah, let's move on from that though. I suppose. But it's just something to think about.
So, I wanted to go into the ancient civilizations here. So, starting like earliest, right? We got the Mesopotamia region, right? Which For those
Right.
of you that don't know, Mesopotamia is essentially where modern day Iraq is, right? Iraq and the Middle East. Excuse me.
Hmm.
So, yeah. So again, like I was saying, I'm looking at some of the stuff here. It basically lies between the Tigris and Euphrates River, which, if you don't know, that's where Baghdad is in Iraq. That was
Right.
where the earliest civilization that we know of comes from, right?
Right.
So this is going back more than 4,000 years, right?
Oh yeah.
So we're talking like I don't want to speculate here. Um, let me see if I can't find something on how far back it goes. So I was not prepared much for this one. Um, so the civilization. Let me see here, timeline wise.
Right.
Over 5,000 BC.
Right.
So 5,000 BC and before, right?
Hmm.
And this lasted till around, I mean, even modern day, if you want to talk about that. But Mesopotamia really started to like, as far as like the earliest cultures of human history is 5,000 BC, going all the way up until the Sumerians, which is what I was saying before, which came about in around 3,000 to 2,900 BC, somewhere in there. So Sumerians came about 2,900 BC. The first dynasty in 2750 BC, roughly.
Right.
Dynasty of which is was the first Sumerian dynasty, which, as you know, wrote down their dynasty wrote down the what was it, the Code of Laws, the Hammurabi Code of Laws, and the old Babylonian period. You know,
Hmm.
that all came from the Sumerians. So they are the not only one of the first civilizations ever, but they also created the first rules of law, which is, you know, is like the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth type thing. That's what that is. So
Right.
the fact that they established that all the way back then, you know, it
Yeah.
showed they had a code of ethics. And then later on in that timeline, 1200 BC, 612 BC, the Assyrian period. So the Assyrians rose from
Right.
the Sumerians. Um, and you know, that's when they started deporting the Hebrews and the Jewish out of the areas like Judah and all that. They started deporting them, getting rid of them later on in that timeline. Um, but yeah, that's you know, they were the first ones to like really settle down. And one thing I wanted to point out for these ancient civilizations is that, you know, you got, you know, the Chinese are in there as well. But you got the Indus River civilization, you got the Sumerians, um, and you got the Egyptians, right?
Right.
So those are like the four main early civilizations that sprung up, right? At the beginning of human society. And I wanted to point out that all these were on rivers, right? All of them were built
Right.
around agricultural rivers, right? Because human civilization started out from farming. When farming was discovered that you could put these seeds in the ground, put some water on it, let it sit in the sunlight, and keep pouring water on it throughout, the months that it takes to grow them, you know, and food would sprout.
Yeah.
And the ones who controlled the food needed people to harvest the food, so, you know, and they would pay them in food for that. So it all revolved around food and how society really came about. And the ones who owned these farms, the ones who started these farms, they would become the elites and start forming these
Right.
dynasties. You know, oh,
Hmm.
I own that land because I started that farm, Now I need you to harvest it, and in turn I'll pay you in food. But
Yeah.
then now I need someone to manage all this food that's going to all these different places. So I'll hire them, pay them in food, and that's how this societies came about. Um, Now the big mystery out of these four, right? The Mesopotamia, which is the Sumerians, Egypt, China, and Indus River Valley, right? Only one of those disappeared.
Right.
Only one did, and that was the Indus River Valley civilization, which is in India, right?
Yeah.
Which is where India gets its name. In case people didn't know either, is the Indus River Valley. That's why it's called India. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, that civilization just gone, completely wiped from the earth. No one knows what happened to it. It just disappeared. And then
Right.
other cultures and other peoples migrated out there and settled it later on.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, so they are the only ones that just disappeared, and I find that very interesting.
Mm.
See if I
But
can't find some
what,
more stuff on them
what
here.
could be the cause behind it?
That's the thing, no one knows. So they formed around 2500 BC, and they lasted to about 1700 BC. So they lasted for a couple hundred years.
Yeah.
More than a couple hundred years. About 900, almost 1,000 years. 800 to 900 years.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, the archaeological sites are still there, but they don't know what happened to these people. So it was more in the Pakistani region of India.
Hmm.
This is the Punjab state.
Right.
Um, but what I'm thinking is maybe it had something to do with a flood.
Possibly.
That would
I
be
mean,
my best guess at it as to why they just up and disappeared. Because I mean, why else
yeah.
would it have just gone away? I'm thinking a flood might have occurred, and that's why they're gone.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a very good reason as to why a place could just simply disappear. I mean, you consider the strength of this flood and how big it's supposed to be, on a colossal scale, it's able to somehow drown the world.
Okay, so I'm on the Britannica website here,
Yeah.
Britannica.com, right? It says how and when the civilization came to an end remains uncertain, and no uniform ending need be postulated for a culture so widely distributed, right? The decline probably occurred in the several stages, it says, perhaps over a century or more. The period between 2000 and 1750 BCE is the reasonable estimation. The collapse of the
Yeah.
urban system does not necessarily imply a complete breakdown in the lifestyle of the population in all parts of the Indus region.
Right.
So basically, they're just saying it was a collapse of society. But it seems to have involved an end of whatever system of social and political control had preceded it. After that date, the cities as such, and many of their distinctly urban traits, the use of writing and seals, and a number of specialized urban crafts disappeared.
Right.
Interesting.
I mean, if we go with certain religions, supposedly, if you go with Christianity or whatnot, supposedly the Great Flood was to wipe out the evil humans because humans were doing cruel misdeeds and needed to be punished and
Mm.
all this kind of stuff. I mean, that'd be a very good way to try and explain a reason behind the flood. I mean, you consider this flood that's come in and basically wiped out civilization. Supposedly Atlantis is gone because of it. Supposedly another civilization's been gone because of it. How else would you explain that but an act of God?
Mm.
looking at it, um, people would try and find some way to justify or explain it, I guess, to a degree. But the fact that an entire city was just wiped out and nobody knows what happened to it. So none of the neighboring places knew what happened to it. Nobody
Well,
saw.
that's what I'm saying too. Like, so there's places too, like Pompeii, right? For
Yeah,
Italian Greek island there. That the volcano exploded, right, and killed the entire civilization out there, right?
yeah,
But we know about that. That's
right.
recorded,
We
right?
found the
We
remains.
found the remains, right? But
Yeah,
why do we know things about that, but not other things? Even if we found the remains, you know what I mean? Like, how did no word of mouth come out of it? Nothing got passed down.
right,
Like in the case of the Indus River civilization, there's nothing about them other than we found their remains.
right,
And they had a very distinct culture and everything, political system as far as we knew, culture, all that. But they're just gone all of a sudden,
right.
and we don't know
Yeah,
why.
it's rather bizarre and strange.
I mean, they disappeared like right there at the Bronze Era.
Right.
Or sorry, not the Bronze Era, Copper Era, where copper started becoming like a big commodity, and that's what was used in warfare and stuff. But there's no signs that they were wiped out by warfare.
Right. I mean, I was about to suggest, could it be potentially a cover up of another civilization trying to take out another? But yeah, if there's no evidence of it, then what could have possibly caused it? I
Right.
mean,
I
we've
mean, they
got
they have bronze statues as well that they recovered from there.
yeah,
So they were advancing along with everybody else, and then just poof
yeah.
off the face of the earth.
I mean, there have been, certain places in the world where there's been ghost towns that were once lived in and people mysteriously vanished, and nobody knows why, you know? But at the same time, I don't see that as to being the reason why this place disappeared. Like, is there any structures left over of the place, or is just
Yeah,
everything gone?
absolutely. No, there's structures still left in place, and there's still
So the
like
structures that the
they
people have
even
just
have
vanished.
statues and figurines that they've and pottery that they recovered from it.
And I doubt they just abandoned that willy nilly. Definitely not.
Right.
They wouldn't abandon everything just like that and just leave.
But I mean, from the excavations, like from what I've read, there's been no bodies or nothing. Nothing
Right.
decomposed, no bodies, nothing. It was just abandoned when they found it.
Just completely gone. Uh,
It's very interesting,
I-
and I mean, they're
yeah,
not the only civilization. They're not the only
right.
ones. The Maya, they were the same way. They're gone. The Khmer Empire, gone. Indus, like I said, Indus civilization, Easter Island.
Yeah,
You know, uh, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce this one. It's in Turkey. A civilization that was
yeah,
out in Turkey. They're gone. Mississippians, right? That was a Native American tribe, right? Or
yeah.
civilization, gone. All that we have left of them are mounds that they made. But yeah, just gone, completely
Right.
gone. So I mean, it's incredible, that these ancient civilizations just disappeared, and there's nothing to them except for their monuments.
And the structures
The
left
structures,
behind.
yeah, structures left behind.
Almost as if people were just plucked out of thin air.
Right. The only one that I could possibly say, oh, sorry, two of them that I could possibly say that a reason as to why they disappeared would be the Maya and the Mississippians, right? And the only reason why I say theirs could possibly be explained a little bit more is due to the
Hmm.
fact that they were closer to the Aztecs. Now, supposedly
Right.
these people, they disappeared well before the Aztecs, supposedly.
Yeah.
except for so Mississippians from about 700 CE until European contact to colonization, much of America southeast in the mid-continent was home to an agrarian civilization known as the Mississippians. Um, so I guess they met the Europeans. So they could have been wiped out by disease. That would make sense.
Yeah.
You know. But the
But
Maya, I mean, we do know that they were constantly at war, especially with the Aztecs. Um, but a
yeah.
lot of their civilization was collapsing even before the Aztecs. So for them, I could say, you know, maybe that civilization is a little bit easier to explain as to why it went away.
But what? I mean, what would have happened to them though? I mean,
Just
we
either
did.
they
We didn't.
integrated with neighboring tribe areas, or you know what have you. I know recently, especially with the Maya, there was research done that they said that yes, they migrated out, especially because their society was just collapsing.
Yeah.
Their government essentially at the time it was just collapsing internally. I mean, and the Aztecs were growing in power towards the end of their empire, so
I mean
maybe a
that
lot of them migrated there.
could be a very plausible reason. I mean, we also know that tribes, a lot of tribes, even modern day tribes, some are cannibals. They will eat
Yeah,
you.
so we got the
Uh,
was the North Sentinelese. They're still a primitive
yeah,
tribe that lives off the. I know India claims the island. Um,
yeah,
yeah, the North Sentinel Island. India claims it. But
yeah,
I know it's not near. It's closer to another country than it is India. It's closer to Thailand than it is to India.
yeah,
But India does claim protection over it. They're not necessarily claiming the island, but they claim protection over it, and all the countries around there have agreed, saying there's a was it like a I forgot what it was. It's a certain amount of mileage that you're not allowed to, or kilometers that you're not allowed to be within the island. You can't like bring your boat
right.
over there. If you do, you could be arrested.
And why would they try and keep you from going there?
Well, they're very aggressive, and they're trying to keep people from getting killed.
Right. Yeah. Well,
Um, But
oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
there are some monuments that are there on the island.
yeah,
Yeah, but not well, modern monuments, I guess you could say now, because there's a shipwreck off the coast of it.
yeah,
Um, there's also a supposed plane that crashed over there as well.
yeah.
But yeah,
I mean,
these people they live. The whole island's like a jungle, the whole thing.
yeah,
And these people live out in the jungle. But not much is known about it. These people do clothe themselves. They carry spears and bows, and they will start attacking immediately once you get near them.
yeah.
There
I mean,
have been people, I guess, that have gone to the island. Like I think National Geographic sent some people out there at one point,
yeah,
and they were allowed to be on there and talk with a certain group of them, or try and communicate with them, try and give them some modern stuff. But
yeah,
as far as I know, there hasn't been anything modern in modern times right now that we've made any attempts again.
yeah. I mean, I would try and say that, potentially the reason why some of these people did disappear was due to maybe cannibalism. But then I'm sat there thinking, well, I can understand them, eating the flesh, but then the bones. What would there'd be bones left over, right?
Well, I mean, they might use them as tools as well.
True. So that could also be a thing. Like maybe they were wiped out and eaten,
There it is.
cooked or whatever, and their bones were taken as war trophies or turned into tools,
Yeah.
and that's why, there's no trace of
Yeah,
them.
and I mean, these people aren't the only ones either. I know there's other islands out in the Pacific where there's primitive tribes
Yeah,
as well.
I
However, I
mean,
know a lot of those tribes they do have communication with the modern world.
yeah,
Um, it's just they choose to live their primitive ways.
yeah,
They're very aware of us. They've allowed us to enter and speak with them.
right,
There was a one picture a long time ago. Oh, I gotta find this. It's cool.
yeah.
I would have to find this picture here, but basically it shows the island. It was on the island where they took the picture.
Yeah.
Um, I'll find it eventually and I'll post it. If it's not in this video, then the next video that we do, next podcast that we do. But yeah, it shows the U.S. Navy. They were sailing by, and from the shore of that primitive island, they took a picture of all the people looking at this warship.
Yeah.
It's a really really cool image to see.
Yeah. I mean, I remember a story about a group of tribespeople actually interacting with people, and the reason it ended up leading to many of them dying just because of contact with us, with them not developing, immunities or having, vaccines, certain things that we have the benefit of being able to have given to us at birth and as we grow up and whatnot. And because of that, they completely shut off all communication with the outside world. I know there's also another tribe that's even attacked helicopters with spears and bows,
Yeah.
trying to take it down just to avoid contact with us. And there was one person who, I think he was a social media influencer, tried to swim out to see them or something. And he disappeared. He was assumably killed and eaten. The person that took him on the boat to the island refused to get any closer, and he went in the ocean and swam. He was like, I can definitely convince them to integrate with us, and yeah, he was never seen again. I don't know if he's a social media influencer or something. I don't quite remember. I remember. Yeah, Christian missionary killed by uncontacted tribe after trying to convert them to his religion.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, the Sentinelese tribe.
So, just a curiosity, out of all the ancient civilizations here, right? Which one is your favorite one?
Which civilization is my favorite?
Yeah.
I don't know really, I haven't really thought that much into it about some civilization being one of my favorites. They're all fascinating in their own way. That's a hard one. I'll have to get back to you on that one at some point, because I don't know if I really have a favorite.
Right.
Because they're all steeped in their own mysteries that I'd love to learn more of.
I kind of, for mine, I would say either the Greeks or the Romans would be my absolute favorites. Just because both, attempted to do something that has never been done before in human history up until their point, where they were like, let's give the people the rights,
Yeah.
And even their slaves had rights, which was something that was very interesting. You'd think, okay, a society where they're trying to give people rights and yet they still have slaves. Isn't that kind of like an oxymoron type thing? And I'm like, well, no, but because you still need the workers, right? And you want to pay them less, right? Or not pay them at all if you have to, if you could, right? But and the whole term of slave came from Slav. I mean, from the Slavics. That's where the term came from, because that's where they originated. That's where the slaves originated. Was from Slavic people. I mean, there's slavery before them even, but that's where the term and the word come from. But the Greeks, when they started unifying, right? Which I believe wasn't it Alexander the Great that unified them? I want to say. Before then, they were all just city-states, independent of one another. Because I know Persia's the one that got them to unify because they unified against Persia.
So Alexander the Great, yeah.
Yeah, so Alexander the Great is the unifier for them. But
Yeah.
and he didn't unify all of Greece, by the way. Keep that in mind for everybody listening. He didn't unify all of Greece. Just the ones
Yeah.
that said that they'll unify, right?
Right.
I know an exception was Sparta. They said no, and but they agreed to fight with him. They did agree to fight with him. They just said no, we're
Yeah.
not going to unify under your banner. Essentially, that got dealt with later on after Persia was dealt with. I know that much.
Yeah.
The Spartans did exist too when the Romans were around. Keep that in mind as well. So they did
Yes.
survive. They were just Greeks essentially at that point, not
Yeah.
not Spartans, even though they had their identity still as Spartans.
Yeah.
But they were unified. So that's something about the Greek culture that I highly enjoyed was reading about was they were if so I'm not going to get into politics with it, but the difference between a democracy and a republic, right? If you don't know what that is, go look it up,
Yeah.
right? Like the United States, it's not a
Mhm.
democracy, we're a republic. Um,
Yeah.
well, Greece was a democracy, right? Meaning
Right.
that every vote counted in Greece.
Yeah.
Now, not everybody had the right to vote, though. Um, so
Hmm.
in their own independent like city states,
Hmm.
there was different ways you could vote, right?
Right.
Because they had a king in Greece that was in charge of it all, of the entire country. But
Yeah.
only wealthy men could vote. Wealthy men could vote in Greece, and there was a
Right.
margin that they allowed that. However, at the local level, certain places like Sparta, for instance, women were allowed to vote.
Yeah.
Um, so, sorry, women could vote if their man was away. If the husband was away, then the woman could vote
Right.
in his place. So I mean that's still very progressive for the time, you know.
Oh yeah.
Um, so and that wasn't all of Greece. That was just specific spots in there. But I
Yeah.
found that very fascinating that they allowed that. Then that was something that was like wow, a king got elected. It wasn't hereditary. You know, it's not oh when I die this kingdom is yours. No, it's when I die a new person gets voted into power.
Yeah.
They just called him a king or whatever they called him, right? It wasn't like us in the United States or in England with the prime minister or the president, you know.
Yeah.
Um, they just had like it was like a complete ruler, and then they also had essentially like a senate as well, and this is where the
Yeah.
Romans got their idea from it, right?
Yeah.
Was from Greece. Basically, Romans are just uh, they're the same as the Greeks essentially. They just copied them, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
that's why I love their two civilizations because not only did Rome copy the Greeks, they improved it. All right, they
yeah. I
improved
mean,
upon what the Greeks did.
Rome also, they conquered
Well,
so
yeah.
much of
So
the world
the thing with
as
Rome and
well.
why they were so good, right? So you got to think about their first major war, right? So Rome started out as a
Right.
tiny town. It wasn't even a
Mm.
city; it was a town, right? And they
Yeah.
conquered the outskirt towns, and that's what modern day Rome is, right?
Yeah.
So now they're a city state, right? And they're like, okay, well, let's keep going. We're on a roll here, right? So
Yeah.
they keep going. They start conquering other neighboring areas until their influence was reaching, most of southern Italy, right?
They even took over the UK at one
Yeah.
point.
So, but their first major war was against uh, Carthage, right? Carthage was
Yeah.
their so Carthage wasn't even a warlike empire. They were a trading empire. They built their wealth off of
Yeah.
trade, right? They traded with everybody.
Yeah.
and they were extremely wealthy. So while they did have a military, but it wasn't a powerful military. So what they did was they hired a lot of mercenaries to protect them,
Yeah.
because they had the money for it. So why not?
I mean,
Well, Carthage did have one thing, which was a huge merchant fleet, which they quickly converted into a war fleet when Rome started fighting them.
yeah.
And Rome was great at land battles. They were fantastic at land battles because of their formations and everything that they did, right? They were
Yeah.
really good at fighting on land, but they had a
Tactician.
very weak navy.
Yeah.
Well, Rome said, "Hey, they got a bunch of ships. Let's build a bunch of ships." So they chopped down a lot of wood. I'm talking a lot of wood, and they built ships
Yeah.
right there on the coastline. They built the ships, basically right in front of Carthage, saying, "Hey, we're gonna build this right here in front of you, and then we're gonna go fight you with it." And
Yeah. I mean,
over the time of fighting Carthage with their navy, they grew from being a weak navy to a mediocre navy, and they started, learning how to fight on the waters, and how to do naval combat, and they would see other empires and how they fought on the water, and they would just innovate off of everything. Rome is probably
yeah.
If Rome is known for anything, I would say they should be known as the great innovators.
Oh yeah. I mean, they were even like
Mm-hmm.
one of the first civilizations to properly start
Yeah.
keeping written records.
So Rome reminds me a lot of America, right? And how Americans do things today in the modern day, right? Because Rome will take a
Mm.
look at another country and see how they're doing something, and they say, "Hey, let's
Yeah.
do that, but better."
Right.
And they would do like a bunch of testing and improvements to something that already works until it got better at working, and then they would
Yeah.
use that against their enemies. And America did
Mm.
that a lot throughout history since the inception of it. They were like, "Hey, this
Yeah.
works, but let's do it better." You know,
Yeah.
and that's how they're like the U.S. military evolved the same way Rome did. They were like, "We can do it too, but we could do it better than them,"
Yeah.
and they
I
just they
mean,
learned.
one thing that I do find a bit of a funny fact about Greece, though, that always made me giggle a little bit was apparently your manhood was associated with how smart you were.
Hmm.
So, so to them, having smaller size was associated with good citizenry, basically,
So
and you had the intellect and stuff
yeah.
like that. Whereas if you were a larger size, you were considered more, I guess, barbaric and an animal with no self
So
control.
like I was saying, Rome took a lot of stuff from ancient Greece, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, hold on here. I got a sneeze coming.
Oh, good.
Okay, there we go. Muted my mic real quick. Anyways, so Rome took a lot of things from ancient Greece, right? And the first thing that they
Yeah.
did was they saw Rome's government and they saw how it was in decline at the time. They had the democracy, right?
Yeah.
And it was a very fledgling democracy where people argued all the time and bickered and they could never get anything to work, right? Because everybody
Yeah.
else wanted their opinion, right? So Rome
Mm.
said, "We can do that, but we can do it better." Again, the great innovators here, right? And they formed a republic instead, right? Now, this republic, these wealthy elites, same as Greece, could vote in people, right? So they
Yeah.
voted these people in, but after these people were voted in, they made all the decisions in the Senate, right? They made a Roman
Right.
Senate, right? So it's the same system America has, right? Except for in America, everyone gets the right to vote, right? Them, it was the wealthy elites got the right to vote. They voted in these representatives for their area, and then these people made the decisions of what happens with the country or the empire, right?
Right.
Which wasn't an empire yet. It was just the Republic of Rome, right? It didn't become an
Yeah.
empire until Caesar, right?
Hmm.
One of the things that they made as a law was so they're generals, right? And this is what made the Roman military so great, right? All these other countries,
Yeah.
the king of that country would usually lead the men into battle, right? The Greeks,
Mm.
they had two kings. They had the one that led the country or the empire, and then they had the one that led the military, right? They modeled that off of Sparta, right? The
Yeah.
Romans didn't do that. The Romans had just a Senate when they first formed. They had no one person in charge, right? And the Senate said, how can we get our military to be as effective as possible? Let's give the generals autonomy. Right? So they promoted these
Yeah.
people to become generals. And they told them, hey, you have full reign to go conquer lands in the name of Rome. And when you
Yeah.
do, you will be honored when you come back. However, you're not
Right.
allowed to march your army through the they had like a Senate plaza, like a Capitol plaza. You can march them into Rome, but you can't march them through the plaza. They're not allowed in, right?
Yeah.
Only the general would be allowed in. They would be honored as a triumph, right? So Caesar broke that tradition when he marched his armies through that plaza, and he said,
Yeah.
"I'm taking charge of this republic." And at the time, they pretty much did the whole "you and what army" kind of thing, and Caesar looked behind him and was like, "Yeah, that army." you know,
Yeah.
and and that's how he took power, and then he turned it into an empire, and that's when Rome got big, and I'm talking big, big, because they incorporated Gaul, which is France, Hispania, which is Spain and Portugal, Britannia came into it later on, which is England, even Egypt, right? So all this stuff happened mainly under Caesar's reign. All these places coming in. Prior to that, it was just a system of like, yeah, the Romans were out there, but they didn't really own it. They collected
Yeah.
taxes out there, but it was all that land was frontier land. And the Romans did one thing other than what Greece did. So Greece would conquer the lands, but let these lands have autonomy, right? Rome said, yeah, we're not doing that. When we conquer you, you are no longer Gaul, you're no longer Hispania, Egyptian, you're Roman,
Right.
right? And we still see that to this day in the modern world, right? Romania, right? Romania was named after Rome. And
Mm.
a lot of the populace, even though, yes, they're Romanian, they will say, yes, we derive from Roman. They claim to be Roman, essentially.
Yeah.
The Romanians, obviously, but yeah, they derive from Rome. Even Greece later on, right? The word Byzantine, right? A lot of people don't know that's not what they called themselves, right? That's a modern term that we
Right.
use to differentiate between the old Roman Empire and or the Eastern and Western Roman empires. Eastern Roman Empire was Byzantium. Well, they didn't call themselves the Byzantines. They called themselves Romans. What was a place that was modernly Greek called themselves Roman. You know, and it wasn't until the Ottoman Empire took out Constantinople, which is now Istanbul. It's a popular song. If you haven't heard it, go listen to it. But yeah, when they conquered over there, the identity of being Roman there went away.
Right.
So I think it's very interesting that they brainwashed these people and converted them to becoming Roman. But not it wasn't necessarily just brainwashing. It was a way of saying, hey, where you are a wild tribe or a fleeting country or empire, you now have a purpose. You are now Roman. We are giving our rights to you. Rather than making
Yeah.
everybody slaves like an empire would normally do when they conquer a place, they gave them citizenship and said, no, you are a Roman, which was amazing. Um,
Yeah.
and then something that's not really talked about in history classes is the Chinese and Roman relationship, which I think is kind of cool too. So it's funny because China at the time they thought they were the superior people, whereas the Romans at the time thought they were the superior people, and they actually both had plans to fight each other. They had
Yeah.
military plans to fight each other, which I thought was kind of funny, because Rome's ultimate goal was to conquer the world. That's what they wanted to do.
Right.
The Chinese just saw them as a threat and said, "Hey, we need to get rid of these guys." But they still did business deals and trades with each other, which is kind of interesting.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
But yeah, I think that's something that needs to be talked more about because eventually that's how the Silk Road came to be.
Ah,
Yeah. Um, but yeah, I love Roman history. I love learning about it. I think it's one of the coolest and most interesting things in history to talk about because it literally created the modern world. Without Rome, we would not have the modern world as we see it today.
yeah,
Um, I mean, the governments of the world mostly resemble the Roman government. Um, at least most of the Western world had
hmm.
their governments modeled after what the Romans had, where we have a person in power and then we have a Senate and we have a Congress and yeah, a lot of countries are like that, or Parliament, or whatever they want to call them.
Yeah,
It's all modeled after the Roman government system. Our militaries are very much structured after the Roman militaries. Mixture between the Roman militaries and the Napoleonic militaries. Um, so I just think it's very interesting that this one civilization, which is modern Italy today, essentially gave us the keys to the modern future. But after their collapse, we went through a dark age. That's how
yeah,
influential they were. That without them in
yeah,
power, the whole known world at the time collapsed.
yeah. It's yeah. So to have that much of an impact, for such a civilization back then, to the point that it had basically a domino effect to such a degree, just goes to show the impressiveness of what it is that they actually accomplished.
Right, right. It's outstanding.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, even currency. I know currency was invented before them, but they highlighted it. They invented almost well, pretty much invented inflation.
Yeah.
Not a good thing to invent, but they did invent it essentially. Because what they did is when they tax people, they would take the money, they would melt it down to make smaller coins, just so they could have more of them.
That's yes,
And because of that,
pretty
their
wild.
coins became worthless over time. Well, not worthless, but less. It got worth less,
Yeah,
which is where we get the word worthless, meaning
yeah,
you're worthless, meaning nothing.
right.
So, but yeah, yeah, they did that as well.
Yeah,
So
it's incredibly impressive.
yeah, and their structures that still stand today.
Right, yeah,
You
I'd
got the
say.
Leaning Tower of Pisa there. You got the Roman Colosseums. You got the aqueducts. That's all still standing.
Yeah,
So I just find that very fascinating.
yeah. I mean, supposedly they had swords which could. It may have been a bit of embellishment, but supposedly these swords were so sharp they could cut a strand of hair falling. Supposedly, the techniques they used in their swords were so great that they were sharper than most others and better made.
Yeah, I mean, even things like bathhouses, man. Like they created things
Yeah,
like that. I mean, a communal bathhouse where everyone could go take their dump.
I
you
mean,
know?
they even left one in the UK. They made one in the
Yeah.
UK.
They used to use a sponge that they stick in vinegar, and then the sponge would just be used between everyone. Gross, I know, right? But I mean, hey, it's better than wiping with your hand or with a leaf.
Right?
At
Is that
least to them
right?
it was. They had a place where you can wash
Yeah.
up and not smell like crap anymore. You
Right.
know?
I mean, that's the one issue of the olden days. No proper baths. I mean, most people didn't even bathe often. That is like once a week
Yeah.
thing, if even that.
I mean,
Um, it's
the life expectancy went through the roof with Romans.
yeah,
I mean, even their medicine at the time, they were experimenting with that stuff.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, the Egyptians helped pave the way with a lot of medicines and stuff like that, and obviously,
yeah.
Roman Greeks, you know, they had interactions with the Egyptians and stuff. So
They
I
conquered them.
could
They
totally,
completely conquered them.
yeah.
Um,
So I
and
could
then the
totally see them
Egyptians
taking the
became
medical things they learned and
well, the Egyptians
improved them.
became like the one of the most major territories for the Romans. I mean, it became one of the most central trading hubs. They used
Yeah.
Egyptians as an army as well when they incorporated them in and made them Roman. They were like, hey, you guys can serve in our military, which a lot of them did. And they were using
Yeah.
that military to go deeper into Africa to capture animals for the Colosseums.
Hmm?
So, I mean, they used the
Yeah.
Nile very effectively as a trading river.
Right. And you know the the intricacies of all of this for such civilizations to be able to do these things
Oh,
is an impressive testament for the times that they existed.
we're at our time for our break here. I just
Ah,
realized that.
right.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and take another 10-minute break here. We'll be back
Yep.
top of the hour. See you then.
Yep.
Alright. We are back here at the top of the hour for the final hour of this podcast. For those of you that are still with us, thank you. We are going to continue our talks about ancient civilizations in this final hour. I believe you had something that you were saying before we took a break, Aaron. Oh, one moment here. See why he's not talking. Hello?
Oh.
There you are.
Hello?
Alright. Hey, there you are.
I was talking.
I wasn't able to hear you. Alright, so you were saying something before the break.
So about basically how impressive it was for such a civilization at that time to be able to come up with all these crazy technologies like guns of Babylon and these aqueducts and being able to essentially create a proper democracy, improve upon things to the degree they did, conquer so much territory, have such an impact that they could literally shatter the economy because of how.
Look at this. This is massive. I just put it up on our screen here. This is 117 AD. Look at how much they conquered. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the largest empire in history, but it's still impressive.
Oh, definitely. I mean, many.
All the way up to the Persian Strait.
Yeah. I mean, it's thanks to the. It's thanks to the Romans that we learnt so much, and we got so far as here in England. Like we employed Rome's tactics against the Vikings and things like that, because they left a lot of scrolls with details about certain battles and leaders of theirs. And I feel like that's what also helped echelon us into such conquerors at one point.
Right.
Was through things of this nature that were passed down from Rome.
Pretty sure it's the Romans that founded London, wasn't it?
I'm not too sure.
At least I know they turned it into a city.
Well, the capital of the UK now, or England, for example, London, was not always the capital. I mean, we were separated into different kingdoms.
Right, yeah.
So I don't know if.
I mean, so a little bit about this map here, right?
London was around.
So as you see all that
dark, it was found by Romans.
Yeah, so all that dark red right there, right? That is the extent of their empire. That's the actual empire, right? That's where they had solidly under their control, right? Like there was no mistaking that was Rome, right?
Right.
So the light red stuff, right? The pinkish light red that you see like up here in the corner, over here, all in these areas. These are all like colonies, right? These are places that were patrolled regularly by the Romans. They would send people out there, but wasn't necessarily a part of the empire. Like, from what my understanding was, I don't believe those people paid the taxes. They were, incorporating them into the empire still.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of interesting because you go in places like up here, right? I can't really zoom in up there. But that's alright. Transition back over. But there's there was little cities that they controlled, but not territory out there. I mean, they had to cross over, like land that wasn't theirs.
Yeah. I mean, fun fact, London was once called Londinium by the Romans.
So this right here is a little video of it, of just how they grew.
Right.
220 BC. 146 BC. You can see, like, look at how fast they conquered
Yeah.
provinces, Caesar's provinces,
Um.
and then the Republic.
Mm,
14 AD,
yeah.
Emperor Augustus took over, and then just boom, the conquest of Britain. Here we go. Here comes the fall. Yeah, the split of it. Oh no,
Yeah.
okay. So Constantinius the second, and then here's a split right here. Yep. So they
Right.
split the empires, right, because of like wars and also because of the inflation.
Yeah.
So the West was just falling.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting seeing that. That
Yeah.
the inflation just took over for them, and it just they couldn't do anything about it. And then the barbarians started attacking more often and more frequently, and then eventually they just collapsed.
Right.
And then the only other thing that was like that could keep them essentially in line came about after that um, with geez, what was his name? Wow, I am drawing a huge blank right now, and this is kind of sad. Um,
mm,
I'm drawing a massive blank here, but it'll come to me throughout this.
yeah.
But yeah, so it's just astonishing though.
Yeah. How much they grew and
Right.
conquered and ended up being their inflation they created ended up being their own downfall.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just the extent of which they grew and things like that.
Yeah. They. I feel like they kind of grew beyond
There we
their
go.
capacity to hold everything together.
Charlemagne. That's who came into power pretty much
Charlemagne.
soon after.
Yeah.
Yeah, which he had what was it, three sons, I believe,
Mm,
and he split the empire up between the three of them afterwards.
yeah.
And yeah, because of that, the three sons eventually it became what is known as France, modern day Germany, and then I believe Italy,
Yeah.
which is what became of them in the modern day. But
Yeah.
yeah, uh, and then you also got like the Slavic origins for what was it, Czech, Poland, and Russia, I believe, the Rus, not Russia necessarily,
Mm,
but the Rus.
right.
Um, so it seems like there's a lot of trios that go on throughout Europe.
Yeah.
Um, and then you got England.
Yeah. I mean,
Realistically, there is.
we.
I mean, there's like what, the Welsh, the Scottish, and the British, and then the Irish. So they got like a four thing going on up in the Isles.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting. Um, looking at all these things. Um,
I mean, today in February 2022. Speaking of the Romans, we actually discovered near the London Bridge a Roman tomb.
Interesting.
While we were excavating a site, I assume to build a building or something along that lines. Now, no human remains were found inside, but we have found 100 coins, along with bits of pottery and tiles that could have once made up the roof.
Interesting.
Um, and if that is the case, and there were bodies here in this tomb, which grave robbers made off with the bodies but left the cash?
Hmm.
that that would imply to me that there weren't any bodies here. It was built as a tomb, maybe, but the bodies either were here and were removed by possibly Romans themselves or another civilization, or there was just no bodies there in the first place. Um, it's definitely interesting that even today, like right smack bang in the middle of London, we discovered this.
Right, right.
Like all these years later, and it's still in pretty good condition. Let me send you that so you can show everybody. 'Cause this is so preserved and intact.
That's what you just sent me here. Astonishingly well-preserved Roman tomb has been discovered. Get rid of these ads down here at the bottom here.
Now, if we found that, what other places have we not found that are just there, smack bang in the middle of London? That we could have just built on top of and never known was there. There could be all kinds of things underneath London.
I'm interested to know what this is right here. Like, what's the importance behind this, you know?
Which specifically? Sorry?
Just the symbol, like the symbolization and everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is quite interesting. Also, if you notice, scroll up a moment. Look at that picture and go back down. Go back down to the other photo real quick. It's different. Notice how one of them has red,
but
this one doesn't.
This one has also 5. It looks like 5 points on it.
Right.
This one again. This one has 4. And it's a different symbol. Yeah.
Yeah. So have we discovered more than one?
I think it's the same area. It's just a different spot.
Right.
Interesting.
But yeah, so there could be all kinds of Roman secrets in London right now that we just built on top of.
All these different places around the world too. Like, I mean, we just build it on top of history. That's all we do. I mean, even New York City.
Yeah.
You know, New York City supposedly has this mass city underneath it.
Ah.
You know? And even today, still to this day, we are building on top of our old buildings. Like, they just started doing these like hangover buildings where there's certain building places they have airspace that's above that they own above their plot of land they're building, and they've been leasing them out or selling them to like apartment complexes, and these people are they're building apartments over the buildings with no support underneath it.
Yeah. Okay, this is starting to make a bit more sense now, like with some more excavation and whatnot. So it's one gigantic tile, essentially. And we speculate this to be a roof right now. So
there could be something underneath that, even.
Could be.
Very interesting.
And it's floor decorated with flower mosaics. It's on top of an older original in the same design, indicating that the floor has either been raised or repaired.
But another civilization that doesn't really get talked about too are the Peloponnesians for history as well. As far as ancient civilizations go, you know, or the Aboriginals in Australia. There's just not a lot known about this stuff. I mean, the people are still, you know, the ancestors of these the modern people today. You know, they're still here from, you know, the people that came from before. You know, like they're out there in the Pacific. You know, Supposedly, these people are also the people who migrated to South America. Which is some people are trying to debunk that too, like that it wasn't just the ice bridge that people crossed, but they sailed over there. They sailed the
Mm.
entire Pacific. Which I mean,
Yeah.
people do share a lot of through DNA tests and stuff. People do share genealogy with you know Asia Pacific Islander people over there in South America.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, many of us today are actually, like, in a way, related.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
I
we are, in a sense, inbreeding all the time,
Yeah.
but because
Well,
of how far apart the bloodline is, it's not
well,
having.
what's funny is a lot of people. When I was growing up, a lot of people were like, "Oh, I descend from royalty. I descend from royalty." I'm like, "Yeah, you and 90% of the population."
Right?
Like, you gotta think. Trace your bloodline back as far as you can. And I guarantee you, somebody in there was royalty.
Yeah.
I promise you, somebody was. Like,
Royalty, high position, you know.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Genghis Khan and look at all the
Oh,
descendants
I was
from
about to
him.
say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The amount of atrocities he committed.
All the children he had.
Yeah. The many women he did things to. Like, yeah, somebody's probably related to him.
Right.
I
Well, I
doesn't even
mean,
know about it.
I think it was something along the lines of like, oh god, I don't want to give out some misinformation here.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so
Oh, right. Okay.
yeah, right here was Charlemagne, right? Because I did a little research on this back in high school when I was in high school about I don't know 15, 20, 15 something years ago. But not so uh, not so on for very long. But if you go back in time to Charlemagne, 40 generations or so, you should get to a generation of 1 trillion ancestors. 1 trillion
Yeah.
ancestors. That's about 2,000
Right.
times more people than
Than we have on the
existed
planet.
on Earth when Charlemagne was alive, is what it says.
Yeah.
So that's how many people have come and gone since then. About 1 trillion people, it says. I was like, I don't think that's an accurate number, but that's National Geographic says. That's on the National Geographic website, by the way, if you're interested in knowing where I got that source from.
Right. Yeah. I mean, harkening back to the Peloponnesian, where we don't really talk about him. Well, apparently, the word Peloponnesian comes from the name of the peninsula in the southern Greece called the Peloponnese. And it's where the Sparta, the Argos, the Corinth, and the Messene were. So, that's obviously where the war basically happened, and Athens and Sparta had agreed to a 30-year peace. So maybe that's why we don't hear much about them, because, as we stated before, the Spartans were integrated after they were basically defeated. So that could be a reason why so much is missing from them. And maybe so much of their history
No,
was.
yeah. So what I was talking about was the Polynesians.
Oh,
Yeah,
Polynesia.
yeah,
Oh.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Sorry.
yeah,
That's my
they
fault.
come from Oceania. But yeah,
Polynesia.
they colonized all these islands out in the Pacific,
Yeah.
all the way up to Hawaii, like New Zealand out to Hawaii, and everything in
Yeah.
between. Yeah. So here,
Oh, yeah. I'm looking right
yeah, I'm
now,
gonna put it
yeah.
up on the screen here. This little interesting map of it.
Yeah. But yeah, I apologize. That was my ears on a
You're
blunder
good. You're good.
there.
Okay. I'm gonna get it up here on the screen here in a second. having some difficulties with it.
Worries.
Okay, here we go. Got it working. So yeah, this is Polynesia. So look at all these islands out there that these people colonized.
Yeah, so a lot of islands.
Yeah, and this is just a small map of it. They suggested that they came from even further to the west of this island chains here, and
Yeah.
they came from the mainland Asia, came all the way down. Um,
Yeah.
Supposedly there's already Aboriginals on Australia, right over here,
Yeah.
but they said from here, um, they kept going east until they got to South America. Because as you can see up here at the top corner, that's Mexico.
Yeah.
So Easter Island's somewhere out here. I know over in this area.
Yeah. I mean, from what I'm reading here, most Polynesian islands and archipelagos, including the Hawaiian Islands and Samoa, are composed of volcanic islands built by hotspot volcanoes. The other land masses in Polynesia, New Zealand, Norfolk Island, and Nueva. I don't know how you pronounce that. Sorry if I butchered that one. The Polynesian islet near Caledonia are the unsubmerged portions of the largely sunken continent of Zealandia.
Which is where we get like New
Zealand?
Zealand and all that.
Yeah. Zealandia is believed to have mostly sunk below sea level 23 million years ago and recently partially resurfaced due to a change in the movements of the Pacific Plate in relation to the Indo-Australian Plate. Pacific Plate has previously been subducted under the Australian Plate, and that change had an effective uplift in the portion of the continent that is modern-day New Zealand.
So Polynesian area says American Samoa, Cook Islands, Easter Island, French Polynesia, Hawaii, New Zealand. Oh god, I'm gonna butcher this word. Niue, Niue. I cannot pronounce that.
Yeah.
Norfolk Island, Pitcairn Island, Rotuma, Samoa, Tokelau, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Wallis and Futuna.
Mm.
So all those places are like the Polynesian area.
Yeah. So maybe the reason why we don't know so much about them is because, like it stated, it was submerged below the sea. So maybe most. Well, this is what I don't get right. Zealandia is believed to have mostly sunk below sea level 23 million years ago. So if humans haven't been around for that long, how did we inhabit the place?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting civilization of them. How they got
Yeah.
around, and the mysteries behind them, because like I said, the ancestors are here today, but even they
Yeah.
only know the stories. But there's nothing concrete or evidence or proof of anything. So
Yeah.
it's a very interesting concept. That how they got around. We know they got around from these canoes. They had like almost like these skis on the side, and that's how they
Yeah.
got out there. But not a lot is known
Well,
about these people, and how they got
yeah.
around like to everywhere.
Yeah.
Even with those tiny canoes, like how'd you survive that many days in the ocean on that?
Right. I mean, there is supposedly a drawing, a Maori war canoe drawn after James Cook's voyage to New Zealand. This thing was incredibly long. Supposedly had around, I don't know how many, 40 or 50 people rowing on it.
Hmm.
They didn't really have what appears to be a mast. They were mostly just rowing in the ocean.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I mean,
Like,
I'm gonna say it, like, hopefully no one takes offense to this, but like I've met a few Samoans in my time, right? And
Yeah.
they're huge, huge, like
Yeah.
tall and just strong, muscular.
Yeah.
Um, like I believe it that they rode. I 100% believe it after seeing a couple of the Samoans I've met. 100% believe that they just rode around. At first I was skeptical
Oh,
until I met some Samoans, and I was like, I mean, that's just one group from that Polynesian area, like heritage.
yeah.
I haven't met many others. I met a couple Hawaiians and stuff too, but they're big too. Some of them, but they're not nowhere near the size like say the Samoans are. Like, they're massive dudes, massive people, strong,
Yeah.
very strong.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean,
and it's just their bodies are natural like that too. It's incredible.
yeah. But like something must have yes, I could see him running through the ocean, but the thing that I'm thinking of, if a storm was to start, gigantic waves, I feel like that boat would tip.
I mean, I'm sure many of them did.
And that's probably why much information was lost. Maybe a lot of them did die out at sea.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
maybe, but supposedly, I mean they were master navigators supposedly.
yeah, these
They were able to
stars and
navigate.
things like
Yeah,
that.
they were able to navigate the oceans to get to all these islands, and then they would
Yeah.
settle up there, and then more would migrate from there.
Right.
I mean, but the brass on these people, man, like they went out. They didn't know there was islands out there. They couldn't have,
Right.
and they just went.
Yeah, balls to the wall. We're gonna go see if we can find new land, and
Yeah,
they did.
that's what's like insane to me, and that's the part of history that's lost is like, you know,
Yeah.
they just went out there with the limited amount of supplies they do in these canoes and found land, like
Right.
like the
I
speck of
mean,
land in the most giant ocean that we have on this planet.
yeah, and like these islands are small. I mean, compared to land masses like ours, these are tiny islands. They're obviously
Right.
big because obviously we're looking at a graphic. These islands are actually really big,
I mean,
but compared to other land masses, are really small. And they've discovered
yeah.
all these places, set up all these
I mean, it's not
civilizations.
someplace like England, from the coast of France at I think it's what Calais. If on a clear
Hmm.
day you can see the coastline of England very very faintly, but you can still see it.
Yeah,
And I think it's the
but
same
that's
way from where's the other point? Dover, I believe.
right.
Yeah, somewhere over there in that area. But yeah, if you're standing on the coastline out there, you can see the coast of France.
Yeah,
On a clear day. But
but then these are small islands.
right.
I
And
mean,
I mean
sure,
on a
after
clear day,
sailing out, you could spot them.
yeah, on the clear day, you're not seeing even the Samoas, like American Samoa and the island of Samoa, which are the island of Samoa is
Yeah,
independent, and you're standing on the coastlines of them, like you're not really seeing them, you know.
right. Because the islands aren't really large enough to have I guess you could say, impact over the waves in the ocean to stand out enough. Because it's like, what, you got palm beaches, like maybe you might spot a few volcanoes maybe on some islands potentially, because there are a lot of volcanoes around those places. But in terms of like the standard islands that are more like beaches with small like bits of jungle on them and whatnot, you're not really seeing that.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe you can see the Samoas together, but
Mm.
but okay, we'll go. We'll even say like say Tonga to Samoa. That's a far distance.
Yeah,
And or Tonga to Fiji. You're not seeing the islands there together.
yeah,
And that's how far these distances are.
yeah. And they went out there, balls to the
Yeah,
wall.
like say they start from like I don't know Papua New Guinea or even like further up like Philippines, and they've tried to go down the
Yeah,
Solomon Islands. Like you don't see these islands from the coastline of these major land masses.
right.
So they I'm they had to have known something. I mean
Yeah,
they had to have.
Either that, or just they went for it and they just started to eventually, over hundreds of years.
Hmm.
Um, because honestly, there's a lot of small islands that you could potentially set up on, and by the lots of things, they settled on a lot of them. I mean, there's that big group of islands near Tuamotuisi.
Yeah.
Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. French Polynesia. There's like a ton of islands around there which don't really seem to have a name by them. So some islands were just left completely alone for
Right.
whatever reason. Or maybe there is places on there and I just don't know because they're just not been written down on the map. Or they're part of another territory in one of the other locations. But it is impressive how they accomplished that, even as big as they are. Because even the
Oh
most
yeah.
experienced fishermen, I mean, even pirates on vessels, people on modern day ships,
Well, yeah, like you
big
said,
metal ships can
Captain
get
Cook's
crushed by,
voyage when he was trying to go around the world there,
yeah,
and his voyages, like he wasn't even finding all these places.
yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
mean,
Like,
well, like even our modern day technology can get wiped out by a rough day in the sea. So to think about the amount of people they must have lost to accomplish that. That had to have been done over a couple hundred years at least, multiple generations. Trial and error, maybe. Or something along those lines.
oh yeah,
And maybe if they were lucky enough, they washed up on one of the other islands, and because they were good navigators, they were able to build a raft and sail back and be like, okay, I discovered this place. Maybe a few survivors trickled back here and there, and who managed to survive by fortune with them washing up on an island or being able to hold on to the boat and being drifted around through the sea. Because obviously, if they lost the majority, looking at that canoe that I saw, if they lost the majority of their people, there's no way they are sailing that canoe.
oh
I'm
yeah.
seeing like 40 or 50 people on that canoe. And yeah, if you're on your own on that canoe and you've lost most of your men, you are not going far on that canoe.
Oh yeah. So then, I mean, I'm just looking at this on the maps here, just kind of scrolling around and
Hmm.
messing around. But I'm looking at Easter Island, and like, how did they get these stone sculptures on that island?
Right.
You know?
We discussed this.
Yeah.
We discussed this in a previous thing. Like,
Yeah. I mean, so I'm looking at this, and I guess Chile, or I don't know, Chile. I'm gonna say that's how I pronounce it. So get over it. Um, yeah, they lay claim to the island,
yeah.
which I guess they renamed it. It's still
Hmm.
Easter Island, but it's Isla de Pascua is what they call it.
Right.
I don't know if that translates to Easter Island or not, but that's what they call it.
Hmm. Yeah. Being able to create these things, let alone
Yeah,
transport
it
these
does. It's Easter.
things.
Okay, so Easter Island. Yeah, they still call it that,
Yeah.
but it's just in Spanish. Um, but yeah, they lay claim to the island, um, which is interesting because there is a town on there as well.
Yeah.
Looks more like a giant village actually, but yeah. Um, got an airport on the island now and everything. But
Yeah.
yeah, the structures and everything that they have there, it's just it's amazing that they were able to get
Yeah.
all that out there.
As like think about how heavy the thing they carved must have been. What kind of
So there's
seacraft they would have needed to transport such heavy weight and be able
yeah.
to survive it.
So there is a site there where it looks almost like toes are sticking out of the ground as well on the island.
Yeah.
So some speculate that there's a giant statue of a person underneath all the land. It's buried under there.
Right.
It's
Well, if
all
there
it's
is,
all on the eastern coast of the island.
Mhm. And if there is a giant statue there that's built, who was this person?
Yeah, for real. Was it a
Like,
giant or?
right. I
Yeah.
mean, we know there's many
But there's
myths and
there's multiple
legends.
heads too, which is
Yeah,
odd.
there's multiple myths and legends by people, and many different places have different events and accounts. Like, if you take Maui, for example, the story of Maui, there are many different interpretations that are told of it. One person will tell you that, that person's lying, this is how it goes. There are so many different versions, so to speak. So they believed in deities of sorts with these are homage to them, but then why would they bury them in the ground?
Hmm. Yeah, it's interesting.
Like, was this an idol they used to worship and they, got frustrated and said, I'm going to bury you? But then what would that accomplish? Why go for all that effort for that? Like, what's the significance to have gone through the trouble of doing this?
Yeah.
It's
I,
one of those mysteries that just racks your brain where you just like, what were they thinking? Why? How did you do it? Why did you do it? It just, I
and
can't come
then
up with a feasible conclusion.
here's another interesting thing about Easter Island here. I'm seeing they have a giant crater on the western side of the island, or southwestern side of the island. I mean, this thing is
Right.
massive. Like a meteor or asteroid or something impacted this thing. It's massive.
Yeah.
But it's just there's like little bodies of water and a bunch of stone and land mixture like mixed to it, almost like a swamp like like looking thing, at least on the map. But it's not swamp; it's like grassland islands.
Yeah.
It's really bizarre and odd. It's definitely an anomaly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if a meteorite impacted it, and it does look like it could very well be a meteor impact site with the crater that's been left, something huge has impacted that Earth there, and the fact that all this water and things was that come from under the ground or was that filled in after? What
So it
did
says it's called I'm gonna mispronounce this too. Rano Cow, Rano Cow.
Ranakau? I
Yeah,
guess so. Yeah.
yeah, 1,063 feet or 324 meters. It's a tall dormant volcano that formed the southwestern headland of Easter Island. So it's a volcano. It's a dormant volcano,
Right.
but there's water in there.
Right.
It's interesting, very interesting.
Now, let's assume that somehow waves big enough crashed over the side and managed to make it inside but to possibly fill that in, right? I guess that could be a way to scientifically look at it. I mean, if you look at this thing, it's near the ocean.
Right.
So the feasibility of the reason why it's filled with water being from the ocean crashing into the island and making its way in. We could definitely go with that. But then why do we have the Easter statues? Like, what's the correlation between that and the volcano? I mean, we know that when volcanoes basically erupt and capture something inside of the lava, it fossilizes in the end, right?
Right, right.
Something of them fossilizes. Is this a attempt to like create a depiction of that? Maybe a warning to there's a volcano here. This could be what results.
It looks like there's multiple
What happens to you?
volcano areas then on this. island.
Yeah. Like,
Uh,
I'm just
I'm seeing
trying to
at
make heads or
least.
tails of it.
Yeah, I'm seeing at
Hmm.
least. Okay, so if that's a volcano, then at least one, two, one. Where's the other ones I saw? At least like smaller ones. I mean, that one's massive. That's definitely the main one on the
Yeah.
island. But yeah, I see another
Hmm.
one here. Two of them right here by the three of them, right here by the town.
Yeah. I mean, maybe a meteorite did cause the volcano. I mean, think about it this way. Maybe there was always a volcano here on the planet, but the meteorite happened to land and create the crater above. So unearthing the lava beneath, but the volcano's still dormant, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean,
could
that's
be.
always a possibility. Um, but yeah, again, I just can't. Maybe it's a superstitious reason they built these Easter heads. Maybe to scare off other beings from coming onto the island.
Possibly, yeah.
Maybe like a warning sign or something of that nature. Like, you know, if somebody was able to create these giant things, what could have possibly created them? You know, that'd be spooky. If you arrived on this island for the first time, you had no knowledge of it, you saw these giant stone beings, you'd be like, who created that?
Yeah.
That's massive. How did that get here on this island? But again, looking at this island as well, there's plenty of places they could get stone from. Um, maybe the Easter heads were made out of volcanic rock, potentially. I don't know. Um, I could definitely see some giant rocks and boulders that they could have been carved out of.
Just realized we basically just turned this whole discussion into Easter Island.
Yeah, by accident. But yeah, like you take a look at that picture, those rocks are huge. There could have been bigger ones on the islands, maybe a result of the impact of a meteorite did hit here. Um, bits of rock breaking and cracking and were eventually carved into these giant heads.
Yeah.
I mean, but until we start digging underneath the statues and looking at the rest of the body, we won't know whether it's just a rock under there or an actual fully carved out being. You
Right,
know?
right.
But then, like you said in a previous episode, on the other side of the island, not the other side of the island, another place on the Earth, it
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of lines up where they have the feet.
Right, right. Yeah, they said another set of islands there was like something that looked like feet.
Hmm.
So that's quite interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean these the Peloponnesian people like they're just this their civilization just doesn't get talked a lot about because there's just not a lot of information on them.
Yeah.
Um, Even same with the Native Americans. You know, a lot of their stuff there's not much recorded about them except for the Aztecs really.
Hmm.
And the only stuff that we know from them is mainly what came from the Spanish
Yeah.
and the translation from them. Um,
Right.
but yeah, I mean, a lot of the ancient world, at least you know, a lot of it has been preserved, but some of it's all story or I know the Greeks were very good at record keeping as far as like writing down
Yeah.
stories and stuff. I know a lot of it's probably exaggerated. Some of
Yeah.
it's probably not. Um, and you know, a lot of these things, such as like the giants and things like that, I believe do exist.
I mean, yeah, I mean, also these, giant heads and whatnot. If you notice the ears on them, you don't think it looks similar to what certain tribes do these days with stretching of the earlobes and elongating their ears? Maybe these were made in image of the people that lived there at one point.
Yeah, I think so. That or that maybe it's the aliens that they, or the gods that they worshipped.
Maybe.
I mean, everything is viable, you know.
Yeah, that's it. We can speculate here all day and keep coming up with all kinds of theories, but we
Yeah.
won't know till we know, if we ever do.
Yeah.
Um,
Absolutely.
but I do notice how they all look similar.
All right. One thing I
Like
noticed
what?
about ancient civilizations, though, is that most of what we know comes from Europe, um,
Right.
which I find is kind of odd. I know there's a lot from Asia as well, and that's
Hmm.
but most of it comes from Europe, and you know, when it comes to mind for ancient civilization, the things I think about are you know essentially the started civilizations, but the Middle East kind of gets left out of that. Same with India, but China, Egypt, and Europe is what comes to mind when I think of ancient civilizations.
Yeah.
I don't know why that looks so wrong, but yeah. So I mean, I don't know about you, but like that's what comes to mind for me.
Right.
Um, because at least with China, like they invented paper, so they were able to record a lot of their history.
Yeah.
Um, Europeans, they had a lot of word from mouth, and it got passed down generation to generation, generation for stories, and then eventually, a lot from the Greeks who wrote down stories. The
Right.
Romans were great at record keeping. They kept a lot of records
Yeah.
that they stored and maintained.
Oh yeah.
And then Egypt, I mean, through archaeological research and digging and stuff that we just discovered so much about. So, I mean, those are the major places where I think of when I think of ancient civilizations. I don't really, think of these other ones like the Sumerians and you know, I know of it, but I don't think of it usually when I hear the term ancient civilizations.
Yeah.
They're kind of forgotten about. Or
Hmm.
Polynesians, or uh, the Native Americans, and the yeah, out here in the Americas, they don't get a lot talked about them, except for in
Right.
the more modern times, or pre-modern, like colonial times.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
that's when they get talked more about.
Right. Exactly. It's it's
Yeah.
fascinating. I
And
mean,
I mean, at least here in the modern times that we have, where we do know of certain tribes that are out there and civilizations that are still out there that are primitive, we let them be. We
yeah.
don't interfere with them unless some of them are friendly, and we will make occasional visits out to them and
Yeah.
do some research and training, or sharing information with them,
Yeah.
education with them. But they still continue to do their primitive ways because that's what they like. It's simple.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, that's the right way to go about it. I mean,
just let them be.
we we don't need to just. I understand we want to learn. Like, yes, we're fascinated. We always have a hunger for knowledge. We are a terrible species in the sense of our hunger for knowledge, where we will do the craziest things to try and obtain it. Right? The amount of crazy, wild experiments people have done, the amount of sickening things others have done for the sake of science, all in the need for a thirst of knowledge. I'm glad we're not sitting there and forcing these tribes to be like, well, we control most of the planet now. You're a relic of a bygone age. You're coming with us. I'm glad we're not doing that to them. Um, I'm glad that we've got a lot of respect for them. And I'm not angry that some of these tribes refuse contact entirely. It's smart for them to do so. They don't know us. We could be anybody. We could carry all kinds of diseases. I mean, look at what happened when with the Americas and when we were interacting with Indians and all that, how certain things that we brought overseas impacted them, making them sick. We don't want to do that again and possibly wipe out a civilization.
Right.
Um, would I love to have a conversation with these tribal people and learn about them and how they do things? Yes. But I would not force it upon them to tell me. I'd want them to come to me willingly and go, I'm interested in talking to you.
Well, yeah, and,
You know?
that's why I know National Geographic they're very good at doing this. But there
Yeah.
are some they're not. Look, I call them primitive, but realistically they aren't. They're very modern, right?
Yeah.
They keep to their primitive, natural, native roots, right? Out
Right.
here
What
in
they
the
know.
Pacific, yeah, what they know. But I mean, they've seen our warships. They know what the world's capable of. They've seen
Right.
the vessels that the National Geographic guys come on the shores with. The boats that they
Yeah.
come on with. They've seen the cameras. They know what modern technology is. Maybe not the North Sentinelese. I know they know too because we've had ships crash on the shore.
Yeah,
Um,
they've seen helicopters as well.
but
Probably.
they know of the modern world. It'd be ignorant
Right.
of us to think that they don't know what the modern world's like. Um,
Right. I mean, there's
but
so much they don't know, but they know enough to know that we could be a real threat if we wanted to be.
right.
And
But
they know that we
they
possess things that
they
are
know that
dangerous.
we're maybe not the North Sentinelese, but the rest of these other ones they know that we're peaceful when we come to them and that we're there to share knowledge and learn knowledge from them.
Yeah.
And there's
I
also
mean,
these they're not even just in the Pacific. I mean, there's some in Africa as well, some in
yeah,
Asia even. Um, I would I don't think there's any in Europe anymore. Nothing native or primitive at least.
yeah,
Europe's pretty much all developed. Same with the Americas. I
yeah.
mean, yeah, maybe in South America we don't know. The
Mm,
rainforest down there is just so vast.
right.
I know there are some natives out there still.
Yeah,
I think the Brazilian military had a run-in with them, or the Peruvian military, one of the two.
yeah.
Um, but but yeah, I mean, there's so many of them that they derive from these ancient civilizations, and they're still out there.
Yeah.
And it just
A good.
you know, as much as we should leave them alone, I like you said, the human mind and what we want is to learn and know.
Yeah. And it's it's quite sad, really, because if we could interact with them without causing them any kind of illness, or stuff like that, that'd be fantastic. But it's unrealistic to think that we could definitely do
So
that right now.
yeah,
Um,
so we got about seven
because
minutes left, and I don't want to cut you off, but we got about 7 minutes left, and I just wanted to,
yeah,
what's your final thoughts on all of it?
I think that there's so many secrets that some of these civilizations know. Many have been lost. And because many civilizations have been lost, a large chunk of history has gone with them. And I feel like it has had an impact on knowledge we have today and has rated a lot of these questions. Uh,
Mm.
we won't ever know all the truths like we want to and all the secrets. But I think that as a species, we've done incredibly well. We've jumped through technologies like never before recently. And there's tons of technologies that were lost, that were around in ancient times, that we're still discovering today. We consider them primitive, but some of these civilizations were very advanced. Like hell, we've had computers before we invented the computer by another civilization. It's not the same as a modern day computer like we have right now, being able to talk on the internet and stuff, but it was a computer, an ancient version of it. And to be able to come up with that is brilliant.
maybe in our lifetime though, we'll be able to learn a lot more about all these ancient civilizations, and the
Yeah,
knowledge will be shared to us one day.
yeah, exactly. And one day we'll finally get the answer to most of the secrets,
Right.
and
Well,
hopefully better humanity through them.
all right. Well, I just want to say thank you to everybody who joined us today. Didn't have nothing inside the chat, but that's all right. We're
Yep,
still a very new channel, so it's to be expected. If
exactly.
anyone has missed this podcast, it will be on Twitch here momentarily. I'll publish it, and it will be uploaded to YouTube by this evening, later on tonight or tomorrow morning. So you'll be able
Right.
to catch the whole thing there. Still working on the last video on YouTube there. The last podcast we had last week. I'm working on
Yeah.
getting sections cut out for it so you can jump down to whatever segment of the show that you wanted to watch. This video will have the same thing. It's just going to take some time. I'm a one man. I'm doing this on my own right now. I just have Aaron here as my co-host to talk over these
Yeah.
topics with right now. I'll have to give you like the passwords or something. We'll get you help out with editing. But no, I appreciate everybody who's stopped by to come in and listen to us.
Absolutely. Thank you for
Yep.
stopping by.
If you guys could, subscribe or to our channel on either Twitch or YouTube or both, if you enjoyed listening to us, go ahead and leave the video a like on YouTube when it uploads, or a dislike. Just to, what if you don't like it, just leave a comment though. Let us know what we can improve on, because we're always improving on these things.
Yeah.
I take advice from people who do listen, and as far as what needs to be improved. The topic for next show will be on Wednesday next week at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
I do not know what our next topic is going to be. What do you want to talk about? I picked this one. You picked the last one, so you get to pick this one next one.
Ah. Okay. Well, we've been talking about ancient civilizations. We've been talking about alien abductions and things. And we've had a little bit of mention about the moon. Astronauts going to space and supposedly seeing something out there. Supposedly there's audio recording of them saying, something's out there. So maybe we could get that up and have a discussion about the moon, perhaps.
The moon? Okay. Yeah, we could talk about. Trying to think. Yeah, I mean, we can go over the mysteries of the moon.
Yeah.
Just
Possible theories and discussions about it.
If anyone's here in the chat, does anyone have any suggestions? Go ahead and leave them in there, and we can consider that as well.
Yeah.
I see we have a few new users in the chat. Welcome.
Welcome. Good
Catching the end of the stream here. We got about 2 more minutes. If you have any suggestions, you can go ahead and leave them in there. I'll go ahead and read them, and if not, that's fine. We'll go ahead and talk about the moon on Wednesday.
Yep.
So, secrets of the moon. That's going to be interesting. Alrighty.
Oh, definitely. There's so many topics to talk about the moon and things of that nature.
Alrighty. Well, I appreciate everybody for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Subscribe and follow. Leave a like or a dislike. If you leave a dislike, just leave a comment. Also, please let us know how to improve and why you disliked it. I can't get better if you don't let me know.
Right.
But got any final
thank you
words?
very much for having me again.
Absolutely.
Definitely looking forward to talking about things once again, and hopefully we'll see you on the flip side.
All right. Sounds good. Bye for now.
Take care, everyone.